Ah, hello everybody. Sorry about the delay. I don't like having big delays at the start of stream, like longer than a couple of minutes. Yeah, so I'm looking after a dog at the moment. Well, a dog and two cats. And the dog usually doesn't spend any time away from his owner, right? And so I thought, oh, maybe he'll want to be with me. He doesn't want to be with me. He wants to be outside. He just wants to sit outside and mope. And but then I'll go and put him outside, and then he comes and mopes at the door like he wants to come back in, and it's like, where do you want to go, dog? So I had to run around with him for longer than I would have liked, and he didn't want to eat his breakfast, and he's very sad at the moment, unfortunately. He'll be fine. And then just as I was about to start a couple minutes ago, I started sneezing, and I've had to blow my nose because I still have a flu. I'm on like cold and flu tablets or whatever, and I'm feeling a lot better, but I'm still like in the mornings I'm still like congested. So just give me 1 minute. I need to blow my nose again. Sorry, so give me just 1 minute. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm starting to feel a bit clearer now. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay. So, the plan for today is, of course, Law Stream. We'll just have a casual chat for a few minutes while everybody comes in. But, yeah, so the plan for today is Law Stream. And you know what, actually, you know what I'm going to do first is, and this might seem a bit weird for you guys, but I'm going to turn off the static for today, I think. I'm going to turn off the static because I have recently found out that it destroys video quality. I was rendering things and with static, and then I tried it without static, and it's like 1/10 of the file size. And I need to figure something out. So the stream quality will probably improve for you guys now that I've taken off the static. So we'll just do this for today. We'll see how it goes, and you know, maybe we'll just decide we like the lower quality anyway. Oh, so how are you guys? Let me say hello. Let me say hello. It looks strange, doesn't it? It looks clean. It's like when you have like a really dirty bathroom mirror and then you wipe it clean for the first time and you can see yourself. It's like that. Not that I clean, of course, but, you know. Oh, hang on, I need to change to live chat. And, of course, YouTube cuts off chat after a while. So I'm probably going to miss some people who have said hello early on. Because YouTube just cuts it off. Because it's bizarre. Okay, so hello, Daddy Prime. Hello, Marinan. Hello, Liquid Lilium. Hello, Sakutsudo. There we go. Hello, my mouth hasn't woken up yet. Hello, Brahmastra. How we doing? Hello, Agori. Hello, Scumbag. Hello, Elder Gusto. Jaspy. Pernicious Rose. HKMS Quad 0007. There we go. Even better than 007. EB Pygmy. How we doing? Venemia. Dino T. Now, is that T made of dinosaurs or T for dinosaurs? That's very different. Raccoon Smiles, how we going? Thanatica. Raspberry Nutwalk, good to see you again, Raspberry. Josie Phipps, how we doing? Goat Apocalypse. Aluk. Think Hero. Manuel. It's just Manuel, I don't know why I pronounce it like that. Lordovish 212 Quintoris Aranda. I'm gonna shorten that next time I say that, sorry. One Simple Fool, how we doing? And Cogsmith, good to see you again. Funky Himbo, DM Studios. Where are we up to? Media Breakdown, good to see you again. More They Cat, Jennifer Tran. Gabriel Barcelos, how we doing? Not Garov. Rowboat, Mysteria. Hey, More, they always watch your stream recordings, but this is the first one able to catch live. Yeah, thanks for coming in, I really appreciate it. Al Parslan SN, how we doing? Perdedoros, there we go. Perdedoros Inc., there we go. Bug Dweller, how we doing? Meryl, Larry Mad, Koji Karasaki, and my chat jumped and I lost where I was up to. Dastard, how we doing? Sprite Enjoyer of Chaos, like the drink Sprite. Limos, how we doing? Platy Gems, 630S, Dragon Spyro 98, how we doing? Matt, Rat, how we doing? Clash Powers, Ethan, Where are we up to? Flan, how we doing? Calvin Toon. Logan Wallace. Anonymous Assassin. Oh, that's not good. I'm new to the channel. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Zero, how we doing? Coconutty Dragoon, good to see you again. May I ask permission to say something weird? Look, we say a lot of weird things here, but as long as it doesn't break the rules, I don't really mind. And Wow Graveyard, how we doing? I'm sorry if I missed anybody. You know, YouTube chat's funny. Kokomi, how we doing? Morrigan. Oh yeah, if you're unsure, the rules are at the bottom of each video. There's just rules in the description there, so... And I think it comes up when you click on the chat for the first time. I don't know. I should double check that. Hello, Midna. The Midna? No way. Now the important question: Imp Midna or True Form Midna? There is a correct answer to this question. Hello, Scarlet King. How we doing? William Burkett. Mad excited for a Fear and Hunger lore stream. Well, so what usually happens is that yeah, so the reason I'm doing this stream is because basically in every single other stream, even when I'm not playing Fear and Hunger, I just end up going on long rants about Fear and Hunger lore. Someone will ask a simple question, and then I'll just be, you know, I'll just be derailed for an hour talking about it. And the last time I did that, people were like, just do a whole stream about it. And I'm like, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. And so this is it. This is the stream. We're just doing this stream today. Hope to see the chart. We'll probably bust out some charts today. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it should be really good today. I'm actually really excited about this because I have been looking forward to this. I was actually, before stream, I was nervous. I was like, you know, I don't remember the last time I was actually nervous before a stream, to be honest. And I was like, because the lore of Fear and Hunger, yeah, I guess you would say it is important to me. It's how I built my channel so far, basically. I was like, oh, I wonder, you know, I was a bit nervous. I was like, oh, am I able to talk on stream for hours about the lore? And I think I can do it, bros. I think I can do it. Is this a stream where we discuss what Ragnvarder's favorite food is? Yes, and it is salmon snake meat. There you go. Hey, I swear it, how you doing? And Moonshine and Mickey and user 2509. Where's Bones? No Bones today. It's just me. It's just a casual. It's a casual lore stream, not a big event. We can probably do some more interviews and stuff like that later, actually. Read my new J-Tab, but has anybody commented how Kahara is holding the Sabbath sword in his S ending? Yes, it actually comes up a lot. And that's one of the reasons why some people suspect that Kahara's S ending is canon, but we can get into that later. That's bound to come up later, so we'll get into that later. You literally talked about lore for several hours instead of playing the game on stream. Yeah, I do that basically every Fear and Hunger stream. I just end up talking about the lore for like 2 hours minimum in a 6-hour stream. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have any issues. So. Oh, summer snake sashimi or cooked? Sashimi, actually. Cooking it makes it worse for you, so you're definitely supposed to eat it raw. So, how much can Raggy bench? Oh, mate, Raggy's jacked. That's an actually interesting topic because depending on the culture, they often didn't. He may not have done those specific exercises, so he may actually bench less than you expect, despite being big and fit and strong. If you're not used to those exercises, those specific exercises, and using those muscles in that way, it might take him a little while to actually. It wouldn't take him long. Like if he actually started like benching, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 times a week, he would catch up pretty quick. But yeah, so the plan is so there's a bunch of questions in the Discord, and what I'd like to do is I would like to go over them first, and then, you know what, I'm just gonna make this channel private so no one else can add any more, and then, and you know, we'll bounce around a bit, And if it pops up a discussion in chat and you guys ask follow-on questions, that's fine. I'm not going to say we have to explicitly answer these questions first and nothing else, etc. But I would like to go through them first, and then we'll get to any extra questions you guys have. And I will try not to answer questions multiple times because people will come late and they won't realize I've already answered something. That sort of stuff. So, if I have already answered something, I'll just say, yeah, I've already answered that. Please rewind. No. So and what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to upload a version of this to YouTube at some point. Edit it down, get all the fun questions out. We're strictly doing Fear and Hunger Law, Return to Torment. Yeah, the whole series. So not just the first game. It's the whole series. Because it's really hard to disentangle them. It's really hard to say one thing is strictly limited to Termina, because even if it's like, oh, okay, so what's the deal with the Woodsman? You can't explain the Woodsman without explaining the Parasite and Black Caleb. And you can't explain Black Caleb without talking about Res Realm and Sulfur. And it just instantly it just gets messy. So there's very few things that I would say are directly contained to a single game. Maybe we can talk about the Assassin, and that's it. Right? Okay. So, first question by... Hang on. Let's... Music going? Okay, let me know if the music is too loud or just right, or some of the I'm just using BGM from Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, and they can be quiet sometimes. So, okay, so by Legard, the sexy serious one. He is the sexy serious one. Is there any law regarding Legard be for the New God business? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Any law on Legard be for the New God business? We'll think about that one. His past. Oh, is there any law on Legard's past before the New God business? Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a little bit. Not a huge amount. It's mostly just talking about his past as a commander of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. And I will say first, I will forget some specific names. I am usually really bad with names. So if I forget some names, please forgive me. But yeah, I don't think there's anything from before he was one of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Yeah, he basically was just a mercenary commander, sort of like Griffith, right? He was a mercenary commander and he wanted to be cool. So that the background is actually very similar. What's the information about this new maze and boss? So a question from Docile. So Miro posted like yesterday or the day before about a new creature. I will probably not answer a lot of questions about upcoming content because we simply don't know yet, right? But and I did talk about this a lot yesterday, but I'll just show you guys real quick. This is what Miro posted yesterday. Yep. A new creature, which may not be the final design. Miro may end up changing it a bit. He did say that this is the first version of it, so it may end up tweaked a bit. And I made some predictions about it, because it's called the Minotaur. He revealed that. I'll just link it to where he posted this. He posted it here. And just quickly, I made some predictions. It's called the Minotaur, which was a bull creature roaming around a maze. It's got like a train-style headlight, and the train tunnels underneath Preheaval were collapsed to prevent the Bremen army from getting into the White Bunker. And it looks like he's got digging equipment. And he has a golden head mask, like you might find from the museum, where there's all the stuff about the old Mahab and the old New Gods and stuff like that. So there's a good chance that this is something that roams around the train tunnels underneath the museum, is what I was thinking. And, we might get the train station And Miro straight up said, "Yeah, these are some good deduction skills." So it's probably something like that. He could be joking. He does joke a lot, but I would bet that it's something similar to that. But of course, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. Has Moosegorge form? That'd be interesting, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It seems too disconnected from Pav. Could be. But I don't know. We'll see. I was joking. It's hard to tell sometimes. It's hard to tell. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably not talk too much about upcoming content because, you know, it's just guesses at this point, really. So from your sleep paralysis demon, is there an afterlife in Fear and Hunger, or does everybody just becomes ghosts who suffer, forget, / get erased from existence when they are defeated by adventurers? There is no explicitly mentioned afterlife. There are hints of it. So there's a couple of things. We see things that appear to be souls wandering through Mahab and then going to the Hall of the New Gods, where you can go and ask them questions. When you enter Mahab, you'll see what looks like souls walking to there, and I think they're souls because you've got. Not only is that entrance from the tombs, there's tombs outside there, and you've got Grogoroth, the god of death, watching over them as they come in. That's why I think they're souls, they're human souls, and they sort of just go to feed the new gods is what I suspect, but it's never explicitly stated. I don't think that any afterlife is ever explicitly stated, except that Grogoroth can bring souls back and tie them back to bodies with necromancy. And the sulfur cult, or sulfur rather, can do something similar as well by making sulfur cult members and going through, at the end of Indarsa's S ending, which may not be canon, but the spell she uses there, the spell of rebirth, that's basically what happens to sulfur cult members, and the way Legard is described in their ending is very similar to the sulfur cult members. And they say that their souls come back from some horrible burning place, which basically, it implies that some souls go and burn with sulfur for a while. And what exactly causes that? Your guess is as good as mine. So it's not really clear what happens there. There's also something else that pops up sometimes, is the idea of a promised land, and which is sort of spoken of in very sort of religious esoteric terms, and that's what the Logic project is, making the promised land. And Logic does end up a kind of afterlife, but again, the exact scope of that just isn't clear. So as far as an explicitly said afterlife, there isn't. We can just there's very few clues, unfortunately. We can't really put that puzzle together. And that's it. That feels like it's on purpose, because it would be odd for there not to be an explicit afterlife with so much talk of religion and souls and stuff like that. So it really does seem that when you die, your soul just gets consumed somehow. Consumed by sulfur, consumed by the new gods, consumed by Logic. It's a very bleak universe. Reckon sulfur affinity gets your soul dragged to hell. It could be that. It could be that if certain kinds of people, if you're on Team Sulfur, then you get sent to hell. Or if you're part of a sulfur ritual, like the festival is one big sulfur ritual, then your soul gets sent to sulfur hell. So, but yeah, okay. From what's NIL's mission exactly? Are they posted? Because I think they're referring to the NLU, which is the Nameless Liberty Underground, which is the resistance movement that Ryla and Abella are part of. Their mission is basically to be opposed to war in general. Kaiser being the biggest warmonger, so they're mainly opposed to Kaiser at the moment, but they're opposed to war in general. It's sort of hard to know all of their operations, because by default they specifically don't have central leadership. So we don't know the scope of their operations, but we are told that they oppose they try and interfere with all war plans as much as possible. And they didn't know what logic was. They thought it was some sort of super weapon, because nuclear weapons actually exist in this universe too. Karen talks about it. So they probably thought that logic was some sort of super weapon, like a nuclear bomb or something like that, which is why they wanted to interfere with it. But the exact scope of their operations, we don't know. That is hate war. They're hippies. No. From Mr. Science, why does Legard specifically become the Yellow King? Is it a reference to King in Yellow? From Moth Major. There's obviously some sort of reference to the King in Yellow there, but as a sort of creature on, well, my King in Yellow lore is a bit rusty. The last one I read didn't actually go into much of what the King in Yellow did. He just sort of appeared as a boogeyman at the very end, by Chambers, by Robert Chambers, I think it was, the original book. And then he was expanded in later things that I haven't read yet. But I believe he's some sort of he's a king of Carcosa, isn't he? And he sort of invites people there, if I'm not mistaken. And that feels sort of like what Legard wants to do. Is he wants to be the king of Mahab and bring humanity to the promised land, which is what the whole Logic project is about. And obviously the yellow, everything yellow is related to sulfur in some way. And there were hints of that in the first game, but it was only expanded in Termina. So we only find out what the yellow means because you've got like the yellow mages, you've got the different talismans, and you've got the King in Yellow, and that wasn't really expanded on what the hell that meant, really, until Termina. Then it's like, oh, sulfur, oh, yellow, okay, that makes sense. Because that's why I think that Legard is all part of, I don't know if he knows it explicitly. He might, but it's not really hinted. I don't think he ever explicitly mentions this, but he's part of Sulfur's plan. I think he would hate that, but he's part of it. Do you think the yellow people in Mahab are sulfur spawns? The yellow people in Mahab. Do you mean the statues? The statues are, I believe the statues were made by Olmir, yeah. Or the sun god before he died, but I don't think there's much different for them, so. I think Legard is going to pull and always come back. Oh yeah, Legard's not dead. He's explicitly not dead. So he's definitely going to come back in Fear and Hunger 3 in some form. Him and Pocket Cat are definitely coming back, so. How are yellow mages related to the sulfur god exactly? So I actually have a full playlist. So I'm not going to go into the full detail about this because I have a whole hour-long video dedicated to this topic, and it sort of covers it a bit better than I could just do it off the cuff here. But I'll grab that link for you, but I will say that, so at some point, go and check that out. Is that playlist? Hang on, let me just open up my notes. I have stream notes in general. Yeah. So the yellow mages worship Grogroth, the eclipse god, who was probably, before he was killed, was probably the sun god. And then when he was the sun god, he was, the yellow sun. And then he was sacrificed and combined with a human Olmir to make a new god that we call Olmir, but was really Grogroth's mind in that body. So he wasn't a human god, he was an old god. He wasn't a human god ascended, a human ascended to god. He was an old god descended to half human, is what happened. Which is where there was all the trickery. And it's very confusing talking about this because there's like 3 Olmirs. And then we have the traces of Grogroth left over after Grogroth died. We have the god who we call Olmir, who we think is the good god, was secretly Grogroth's mind. And then that god Olmir died again to go through rebirth and is now what we call sulfur. So they're all the same entity. It's very confusing to talk about. So the entity we call Olmir didn't. So the good Ulmir, the happy human god that sort of put humanity on the same terms as the old gods, didn't really exist. It was an old god pretending to do that. Ulmir chart. I do have an Ulmir chart actually. Can I bust this out? Where did I save that? That will actually really help, wouldn't it? Oh, it's kind of incomplete actually. Yeah, no, we'll I won't bust it out. That would just confuse people at the moment. It's incomplete. Music's a bit loud, is it? This song. Oh, this is one of the. You know what? I'm gonna remove these tracks because they're kind of loud. Okay, here we go. But yes. So the Yellow Mages actually worship Grogroth, and they don't even know that he was the sun god, but because Nashra doesn't, and Nashra was the leader of the Yellow Mages. So I think it's just a leftover from back when he was the sun god. And that's just sort of flowed down. But as we know now, everything yellow is associated with sulfur. So when we get to the infographic, we'll bust it out when it's necessary, which hopefully it'll take a while, because I want to warm up to that. The Dungeon Knights song. Yeah, Dungeon Knights is great. Okay. What was next? Okay, from Aria. What's with all the upside down pentagrams? There's one in the depths ritual circle in the basement and in the Necronomicon and then in the clock in Termina. Now, okay, this didn't take us very long to get to the clock, did it? This is the first clock mention of the day. God, I hate that clock. I hate that clock so much. I'll show you the clock, right? This clock is infuriating. It is infuriating, this clock. So much so that someone made a meme about it on the, did I save that? I don't think I saved it. There's a great meme in the official Discord. It's like, don't make me tap the clock. But as you can see down on the left here, hang on, let me get my pointer out. Here. So you can see this here. It's, you know, I call it the headless star symbol, or some people call it the headless star symbol, right? This one here. And that shows up a lot in the first game. That drove me mad when I saw it in Termina. I'm like, I know I've seen this. I've seen this before. I'll just pull up an example of where it shows up in the first game. Here. In the Necronomicon in the first game. You know, the ancient book? It has the symbol of Grogroth, Sylvian, depths, and then some mysterious symbol. It's just a headless star, right? And what I think that is, I believe that was a symbol of the sun god. I feel like that would make the most sense, and there's a few reasons for that. Again, I go into it very thoroughly in those videos, so I won't retread a lot of that ground. But yeah, I believe I'm pretty sure it's the symbol of the sun god. This is here. I'll show you what actually convinced me for the first time. Right, was this how Ulmir's symbol and the sun god symbol joined together to make the Vitruvian man. And we know Vitruvia designed Ulmir, and I was like, oh, there we go, boys. What's the statue surrounded by corpses and foundation of decay? That's Grogroth. Okay, let's get rid of that. From Amon, how we doing? Egyptian sun god. Is the rare we fight on day 3 the real rare? I know Perkele says that the old gods are gone, but when we fight old gods in the first game, it says we are fighting their traces. However, in the rare fight, it just says rare and nothing else. Yes, so that's something that I'm personally not sure about, and I don't think there's any evidence either way, and to be honest, I don't think it matters. Because rare is either disinterested in humanity, or he is forbidden from interfering. I suspect he's forbidden from interfering even if he was interested, just because of how Pocket Cat acts. He's not allowed to interfere with things, and he only does it when he's breaking the rules or bending the rules. That's the only time he can actually do anything. So I don't think there's any difference between whether or not rare is there or not there. I think the only clue that we would have if he was how how strong his powers are. And the festival's pretty strong, right? But he doesn't have that many abilities, is the thing. You look at Groggoroth. We know Groggoroth was one of the last old gods to leave, right? Everybody else sort of fucked off, but Groggoroth didn't. And he has so many abilities compared to everybody else, especially in the first game. And Rare doesn't have many. So I suspect Rare is gone, but I don't think it would matter either way. So, and yeah, Percolate is a liar. He's hard to trust. In Fear and Hunger, you do have to go by the rule, something is true until it's proven otherwise, basically. That's sort of the rule you had to follow when playing Fear and Hunger. If someone tells you something, it's true until you find out otherwise. And the thing with Rare is that Percolate says it's traces, but nothing else says it's traces. When you fight him, it doesn't say traces. So it's very unclear, but I don't think it matters. So, why would Rare appear and fight you on the third day if he wasn't even real? Well, so that the traces act very similarly to what the original form acts like. So they're still intelligent, they're still very strong, they're still forces of nature, they're just weaker, basically. You can imagine, like, say you have a picture, and then you photocopy that picture. And then you just keep photocopying the photocopy, and then you keep doing that again and again and again and again and again, right? It's still technically a picture of the same thing, but it's a lot weaker, it's a lot blurrier. So, that's what you could think of as traces. It's still the same thing, but just weaker. What's the significance of doppelgangers? Boy, nobody knows that. That's one of the things that just don't have any information in the game, unfortunately. There's a few things in Termina that is just like, I don't know. And Miro has explicitly said that there are lore questions that he wants to answer in upcoming updates. I'm positive Doppelgangers is one of them, because Doppelgangers were added really late, and he didn't have time to add more content surrounding them. So that it's just like, who knows, right? Okay. Okay, from Donny Pastorboy, great name. What's the deal with Dan and Stitches? Do we know anything about the hows or why Stitches came to the festival? If it's only Fear and Hunger questions and Termina's not included, so for asking. Oh yeah, no, it's both. It's both. I probably should have clarified that. It's annoying because Fear and Hunger refers to both the series and the first game. So, but yeah. So obviously, in Dan's opening, it talks about how Dan's father-in-law killed Dan's wife, fiance. Did they get married? I don't remember if they got married. Traces are like grungy JPEGs. Exactly, they are. Yeah, they're like grungy JPEGs. So he killed Dan's wife as a sacrifice to what we know now as sulfur. Dan didn't know at the time it was to sulfur. And then Dan spent ages performing rituals to try and bring her back. And they didn't seem to work, and then he immediately left to go to Preheval. So he didn't do the ritual of rebirth that Das did, because that's immediate. He did something else. And we don't know what, we don't know anything about exactly what he did, but somehow Stitches and Needles being Dan's father-in-law and Stitches being Dan's wife. Fiancé, but he calls her wife sometimes. Oh, okay. We'll just say wife. It's easy enough. And they both end up at the festival. Now, if the theory that sulfur is just straight up Aldmere is correct, which I do think it is, then teleporting across the country is very easy for sulfur cult members. They can do that for free. Because they have Blood Portal and what have you, and Phase Step and that sort of stuff. Turn down music. Some of these songs are just really loud, aren't they? I might just take this one out of this playlist. Yeah, so we don't know the exact mechanics of how they ended up in the festival, but there's sulfur cult magic, right? They could have just ended up there. Maybe that's where they were reborn. Maybe their souls were sent back there. Then they got new bodies somehow. A lot of the exact mechanics aren't specified, but Sulfur and Ormia have a lot of spells to let them teleport. So, yeah. So, So just to tell everybody who may have come in late, I'm going to answer the questions in the Discord first, and then I'll get to questions in chat. But if you have questions that expand on something I've just answered from the Discord, I'll be happy to answer them here. Dan, Needles is his father-in-law. That's crazy. I had no idea about a connection between Stitches and Dan. Wasn't aware he went that deep with Needles. Yeah, if you have to play as Dan and then diagnose them. I think you have to diagnose them twice. Sorry, diagnose. What's the is that what the skill's called? And like after you kill them, you have to diagnose them, and then he talks about it. So maybe Needles and Stitches are going by Silent Hill logic. They are ghosts of Dan's past, intending to mentally destroy him. No, they're physically there. If that were the case, they wouldn't bother with the other contestants. But we, yeah, Needles. Oh boy, does he like the other contestants? So. Talk about Pocket Cat. Oh yeah, we'll get to Pocket Cat. Don't worry. Medical diagnosis. There you go. Yeah. Danny characters confirmed with Downbeat that he thinks Stitches and Needles look alike. Often doppelganger work to drive survivors crazy. Oh no. So Stitches and Needles don't look alike. They're not. And the fact that they're not like. They're clearly like transformed versions of his relatives, and they're not like the doppelgangers, which are trying to look identical. So it's clearly something different than the doppelgangers. So, in the skinless reborn silver cultists are a reference to Hellraiser. Yeah, that wouldn't be surprising. That like especially in Darce's S ending, it does look a lot like Hellraiser, doesn't it? That was sick though. That was a great movie. Okay. From Dirt Soup, why is Legard the worst? Banned. From Norn, how does magic work and why do spices affect them? Okay. So, Osar says some interesting things about this, which makes me think that it is kind of... So I know a little bit about magic, and one of the modern philosophies about magic is that all magic rituals and spells and, getting the incense and doing certain hand motions and what have you, it only exists to get you into a certain mindset. How do you find your Discord? Oh, here. I'm not taking any more questions from Discord at the moment. Hang on, will this actually work? I set up the commands, but let's see if it actually works, because Stream Elements is just kind of shit. I need to get a new stream bot, I think. Yes, it's not working. Great. There's my Discord. Actually, yeah, you know what? You can add more questions there, and then so in case you need to leave early, you can add questions there. It'll be in the Q&A questions channel. But after we go through this, I will take questions from chat. So is it not private anymore? Hang on. No, it's still private. What's going on? Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Click the wrong thing. Okay. Yes. So it exists to get you into a certain mindset. And that seems to be what Osar kind of talks about, because he says that the gods aren't really like creatures. They're not magic. They're just forces of nature. And you can bend them to your will. And that's what a lot of modern magic practitioners think. Not all, but some. And that sort of agrees with ideas about affinity, right? Where when you gain affinity with a god, what you're doing is you are aligning yourself more with the mindset of that god. So to get affinity, Sylvan affinity, right? You masturbate on a sigil. You perform sex acts. You participate in orgies, very Sylvian stuff. To get Grogroth affinity, you shed blood. You kill people. That sort of things, right? So affinity seems to work by aligning your mindset and basically telling the universe, hey, I am like Grogroth, and the universe is like, oh, yeah, you know what, you are like Grogroth. Here you go, you can do this Grogroth stuff, right? You can do Black Orb now. And of course, that's just one interpretation of magic. The other interpretation is that, you know, the gods are literally real, and if you do things that please them, they grant you special abilities, which seems to happen as well. So, you know, it's up in the air. You can see the different philosophies. It's really interesting that you've got these different magic philosophies going on, right? Hang on, what was the question again? I've lost. Yep, okay, and so spice is interesting, right? Because what that suggests is that by using certain spices, you're changing your mindset when it comes to a certain spell. So, you know, when you use, I'm going to get these spices wrong, but let's say when you use blue spice, it makes that spell stronger because your mind is, like, sharper. You know, you've changed how you think about this spell, and so you can do it differently. That's what it suggests, right? Or it could just be a physiological thing, right? The spices could just be a physiological thing where, you know, oh, basically you're hopped up on some sort of yellow mage catnip, and now whenever you enter battle, you just instinctively cast this spell, right? It could be a physiological thing as well. So the spices might not be sort of a purely intellectual thing. It might be a purely physical thing. Again, it's not really clear, but there's a couple of different answers for that. White is first, blue is stronger, red is double. Oh, there you go. Other explanation, the universe giving you a thumbs up. You're right, kiddo. You're just like Grogroth. Yeah, basically. Getting affinity with Sylvian and Grogroth is like entering a shamanic trance, but on different areas of the human psyche. Eros versus Thanatos. Yeah, it is similar, isn't it? And, you know, and likewise, there's nothing stopping you from getting affinity with all the gods. It seems to be heavily recommended that you don't do that, because outside of... So, in the games, the dungeon and the festival are areas of a heavy god presence. Regular human life is nothing like that, right? These are pretty extreme places. So you wouldn't normally gain affinity just by doing that. It would be a very long process. You would have to do that over the course of months or years to do that, right? And so your personality would just straight up change from non-magical means. You know, if you're performing Sylvian rituals, you know, 4 or 5 times a week, every week for years, your mind is going to be completely different anyway, no matter what. So, oh, okay. Per Dodores, how we doing? Who's canonically the best kisser? That's a good question. Who is canonically the best kisser? Depths, I think, with those big luscious lips. Titmaster 20k. You guys are the best names. Do we ever get a reason on why August attempts to kill Osar and Karen? So the Karen one is simple. Karen wanted to start a fight, and August was like, "No, I have a job to do. Please fuck off." And then Karen wants to start. Who won't let him go. So that's why that they fought, and August will win because he's August, right? Now August with Osar. This is funny. So if you go to Stitch's bunker anytime before day 3 night, I'm pretty sure, and Osar is still alive. Yo, Gramps G, thank you very much for membership. When you go down there, you'll find Osar has been shot by August. He won't tell you it's by August, but we can tell because he's got the magic arrows that August uses stuck in him. He won't say who did it, but now the question is, why did August shoot him down there? What's Osar doing down there, and why did August shoot him? Why was August down there, right? Osar is there because Nashra's telling him to do stuff. I think Nashra wants to go into logic, but that's a slightly different story. And August is down there because he wants to catch Kaiser, right? He's there to get Kaiser. So he's in the dark, in the bunker, waiting for Kaiser, and he knows that Kaiser wants to gets to the terminals, the teleelectroscope terminals, because he put he put Moonless guarding one of the other ones, right? So he knows that Legard wants to go to them. I don't know how he knows it, but he does. And then August is waiting in the pitch dark, right? Waiting for someone in yellow clothes to come and touch the terminal. And what does Osar do? He's in bright yellow clothes, and he goes to touch the terminal. And so, of course, August is going to shoot him. August doesn't kill him. Remember, August doesn't kill him. And it's because he realizes it's Osar. So, he realized, oh, wait, that's not the person I'm here to kill. And so he just leaves. Now, that's what I suspect. It could also be the case that because August's arrows are anti-magic, it could also be the case that August realized that it wasn't the Yellow King, but Osar was like, yeah, some old dude with a bow in the bunker in the middle of the festival wants to start shit, so we're going to start a fight. And August was like, I'm not fighting you. Shoots him with a magic inhibiting arrow and then just leaves. So there's a couple of things that happen there. I think it's funnier that August made a mistake and accidentally shot Osar by coincidence. I think it's funnier, but it could be either one of them, right? Because, you know, whenever you go near Osar, he tries to start shit, right? So it could have been a situation like that, where August doesn't trust yellow mages. So, yeah. Good chat, August? Yeah, he is. Hey, Dere, how we doing? Osar may have tried... Yeah, and, you know, Osar may have tried to attack him too. Because Osar, you know, he's quick on the trigger, so... What connections does Kaiser have with the Sulfur code? Because they're team connected? That's a really big one. We'll get to that later, I think. Oh... Is Moonless biologically immortal? It seems that way. We don't know for sure, but that's what it seems like. Because remember that she's twisted by the darkness from the dungeon, which is spewing out of the god of the depths. So she has been mutated by the god of the depths, and we don't know the extent of that we don't know the extent of a lot of stuff like that. So it could be. It does seem like she's immortal, is what it seems like. So that looks amazing. Thank you. I think Osar, by total coincidence, started dancing, and August had training flashbacks and just shot him. August aimed an arrow. Don't move. Osar, dance. Yeah, basically. Boys, let's be honest. Is someone going to take advantage of Fanushka's death and become an ascended god? I think that's that situation is long past, actually. Anyway. Okay, from Papa Magpie. Did the girl know or intend to change? Was it voluntary or involuntary? That's a really good question. I don't know if it's ever clear when she wants something. Like, ever. You know, so it's... Because she doesn't really say anything. There might be some, like, minor line somewhere that implies it, but the only time that she seems to know what's happening is just before the transformation. I don't think so. Before that, I don't know. I would say probably not, because that would be fucking terrifying. Yeah, you had to go to the bottom of the dungeon, into the pitch darkness on top of a pile of corpses, into the heart of terror itself, in order to change. That's the plan, little girl. Have fun. I don't think she knew. But that seems like something that would be like a minor line discussing somewhere. I think she only realized just before it happened. So, Josie Phipps, is Rare the moon itself, or is the idea of the moon, like how Gregory is the idea of destruction? In Abella's B ending, she wants to be in the space project to meet Rare herself to get answers. I just wonder if there's anything that implies Rare is physically the moon or not. Yes, so they're both. So you can think of the gods as things that stretch from the realm of pure idea, and they stretch all the way into the realm of material. So Rare is the idea of the moon, is the idea of truth and lies and deception and all that sort of stuff, but he is also physically the moon. He is physically the moon. Grogroth is the ideas of pain and blood and death and hatred, but he is also death. He is death, right? Without Grogroth, there wouldn't be death. So if Grogroth actually left, then people would just stop dying, right? And I think that's partially the reason why Legard wants to start up the Logic Project, to make sure that humans will be fine after the gods leave, but that's slightly different. It's a bit hard to understand how something can be a concept and physical thing at the same time, but that's just how it is, right? Venushka is the idea of balance and the cycle of nature, but it is also literal nature. Nature literally only exists because of Venushka. So, and Sylvian, right? Sylvian. Love, the ideas of partnership and birth and love literally only exist because of Sylvian. How do you think Rare reacted or would react to humans landing on the moon? Would be introverted or extroverted? If he's traces, I don't know. So, there is a little bit of a difference there. So, there's different layers of reality, right? So, we can actually see that in-game. When you're actually running around in Termina, and whenever it shows the moon is just sort of chilling there, right? It's just a rock. But in certain circumstances, the moon has its face on it, right? And it's rare. So when you go up a level, that's when you get closer to the actual god, and that's when the god has more influence over you. So that's when you're dreaming, and dreaming is a layer up above awake. And then, there's the layer when you die, that's up a layer again, and that sort of stuff. And it is vague, and I probably don't have a full understanding of the actual metaphysics of Fear and Hunger yet, because it's very complicated. But if they built a rocket to go and land on the moon, it would just be a rock. It wouldn't be like Rare grinning madly. It would literally just be a rock. I would not want to fall asleep when I was on the moon. That would be terrifying. And I definitely wouldn't want to die when I was on the moon, because who knows what would happen then. But when they land their rocket on it, it will just be a big rock. So, okay. Eld Hassan, how we doing? Why do so few people wear helmets? Is it an artistic or lore choice? Artistic choice. Because we see the Bremen soldiers, they all wear helmets, all the elite soldiers, so I think it's just an artistic choice, main character syndrome, right? You don't get to wear helmets because it would cover your pretty face. Surprise! Where did the old gods come from? They are said to have come from the green hue. We don't know for sure, but they're said to come from the green hue, so the theory is that old gods are pure ideas that are stretched out to the material realm and interact with the material realm. NPC, can you hit the gritty, please? No. Flying Rider, does Rare not want to talk to us in Fear and Hunger Terminate? I personally don't think Rare is allowed to talk to us. I think the best he can do is come down and take a look at stuff, which is what the festival is. The festival is literally just him coming down and taking a look, right? That's why the sulfur cultists are clowns, because they're holding his attention. That's why they're clowns. That's why it's the festival, because it's there to keep Rare enraptured for a while. And it's either, I suspect that's what the case is, he's not allowed to, but it could also just be the case that he just doesn't like humanity very much. And that's what people say happens, but I think that the evidence sort of points that he's not allowed to, so. Thoughts on what Mira said about Kahara's fate when it comes to Go Far? Yeah, just briefly about that, what Miro said doesn't narrow down any of the endings. Every single one of his endings means he dies in obscurity, so. From Vic Eats Cheese. How we doing, Vic? What is Pav's deal? Just want to hear about Pav again. Is there any new lore about him recently? No new lore about him recently, other than we will probably be getting his Moonscorch form soon. Who knows when? It could be the next update. If it's not the next update, I would expect it to be the update afterwards. So we will probably be getting more information about Pav when that comes out, because that always reveals a lot about a character, right? But yeah, Pav's pretty simple. As far as we know, he was part of a village in the Eastern Union, and the Bremen army raised that village. Pav grew up and he wanted revenge on Kaiser, and that's why he joined the Bremen army, in order to get back at the Kaiser at some point. And he fails. He gets fucking bodied. He gets absolutely destroyed because Kaiser is super strong. So that's sort of all we know about Pav. As far as I'm aware, there's no new secrets or any extra information that's been uncovered recently. That's about it. So we'll have to wait until the update. Maybe we'll get a bit more there. What exactly is the green hue? Well, simply put, it is the realm of pure idea. If you know anything about Plato and the Platonic forms, that's sort of what it's very close to. So, Paris from Eastern Union? Yes, he is from Eastern Union. Probably, I believe he's from the border of Eastern Union and Bremen Empire. I think his village was killed during the First World War. I don't recall the it would be odd if it wasn't during the First World War, right? But yeah, why is some moon scorching stronger than others? Is it like some kind of affinity thing? Honestly, it's not really clear. At best, I don't think it's ever explained anywhere why some moon scorching is different. The Bremen were doing experiments on it, and that's sort of like the only sort of hard facts we have about it. It looks like radiation. Bremen was doing experiments, and then everything else is one big shrug, right? We can guess, but it's just a guess, really. So, okay, mini salmon snack. How are you doing? Considering we're going to have fishing area around that future carnival and maybe potential train tunnel maze, what other types of areas do you feel or like to see Miro add? Oh, this isn't a lore question at all. I don't know. I'm like that that Greek myth, that the guy that can only look backwards. I can't really look forward, so I can't answer that question. Sorry. Cernia, our good friend Arsenix, how are we doing? Are demons or the equivalent of them exist? What do you think they look like? Yes, so demons explicitly exist. Now, what demons are is a bit up for debate. The evidence seems to be pointing to that they are fragments or glimpses of an old god. So, when old gods breach our reality, it seems they can do it in different levels, so they don't have to fully come through. Like when Ulmir the god was born, he was a full old god in our reality. Like he was super strong. He was shaping reality around him and doing whatever the hell he wanted. It was insane. It was like the birth of a titan on our planet, right? But like Rare, he's only poking through a little bit. You know, we can only see him as the moon. That's just a glimpse of his power, right? And you have to go into the festival to actually see his true form. And even then, in the festival, you've got to like go into some weird half dream state to actually see his true form. And it's suspected that demons are a vague glimpse of the true power of an old god. So the demons that we know of that have been summoned are Nashra has a demon, which comes from the darkness and looks very much like Grogeroth. And in the Book of Memories, it says that what does it say? Someone says there's a wolf deity, which is again probably Grogeroth, but also Enki's predecessors summoned a demon which taught them blood sacrifice. Again, and that's probably Grogroth as well, because blood sacrifice is just straight Grogroth, right? No chart yet. Yeah. So demons are either minions of an old god, or they are just straight up pieces of an old god, and they might be synonymous too. Pieces of an old god might technically be minions of an old god, right? Like traces, right? It could be that, something like that. Now, it's not clear whether some monsters count as demons either. So, like, are Sergal's demons? We don't know. Probably not, but they could be. Are the... What are they called again? The jellyfish? What do they have? What do they call them? I've forgotten their names. The jellyfish might be demons as well. We know the jellyfish seem to be working for Rare. So, you know, it's odd. Maneba, that's it, Maneba. The Manebas seem to be working for Rare because, you know, yeah, you've got the Lady of the Moon in that same spot, and it's right next to the green hue, so, and hang on, there was something else, yes, in Termina, we see sigils from Solomonic sigils for certain demons as well, which weirdly enough suggests there are certain Solomonic demons that are canon in Fear and Hunger, which means I am canon in Fear and Hunger because I am a... Well, I wasn't added to Solomon's book because I kept trolling him too much, but they're all my buddies, so we figured it out in the Discord one day. We sat down and we figured out who they were, and I can't remember the exact demons that were added there, but you can see their sigils in Termina underneath the church, so which is really weird. Any difference between the deep green Legard mentions in the green hue? Probably not, because I don't think the deep green has been mentioned anywhere else. So, can I ask Miro to cameo? No, I'm not going to ask for a cameo. One of them is Astaroth. Okay, there we go. How do you say Morthe? Is it like mouth or more like Matthew? No, it's like Morthe. But you can call me Mao if you want. That's fine. Manebas confused me because I feel like they should be called Men O' War or something like that. They're more like a jellyfish than an amoeba. Yeah, it's weird. We don't know much about the Manebas. All we know is that they like eating. They appear whenever there's a lot of death. It says. But we don't know basically anything else about them. Explain Vinland. Oh boy. No. We don't know anything about Vinland. Although a tweet by Miro sort of suggested that Vinland's curse stretches to South America too. Because somebody asked him on Twitter, you know, I think they were asking if there was any information about a South American civilization, and Miro said, he basically said that, yeah, the Vinland's curse stretches all the way down to South America too. So, which wasn't confirmed anywhere else. We weren't sure how far it stretched down, but that it suggests the whole continent is cursed. Like both North and South America is cursed, which is interesting. So, hey, Rixus, how we doing? Oh, okay. Let me see. Where are we up to? Who has the most drip? I believe. So it's either August, Caligura, or Osar, because Yellow Maidens are dripped out by default, right? But both August and Caligura have fancy suits, so I think I'm gonna have to say, well, Osar's got the head, doesn't he? He's got Nashra. Yeah, I think Osar wins this one. You can't. How can you possibly beat having a head like strapped to your belt, right? Like you can't beat that. You can't beat that. So I think Osar wins this one. Yeah. Who hits Dance Macabre the hardest? Well, again, Osar has a bonus there, doesn't he? Because he's been training for so long. Let's say excluding Osar, he gets that one for free, doesn't he? So, who would hit Dance Macabre the hardest? I reckon Levi would, because he's such a zoomer. Levi or Marina would hit that dance pretty hard, wouldn't they? They'd do it on TikTok, on Logic TikTok, wouldn't they? They'd do the Dance Macabre. Olivia? It is pretty funny, isn't it? Okay. So from Luria, do you find Fear and Hunger, Blasphemous, and others alike achieving narration in what they want to portray accurately, or do you think it's more important to preserve the characteristic storytelling vagueness of the genre? I don't mind when games are specifically vague in how they tell their stories. I think it tends to be pretty interesting. It adds an extra layer for free, doesn't it? Where's my music? Why isn't this playing? Oh, it is. This is really quiet. Hang on. So I don't mind. So I do prefer when a game tells you what you're doing first, though. So like, I still do think Dark Souls was a pretty good way of doing it, right? Where it's like, no, so it's telling you, right? Okay, you have to do this. You have to go and ring the bells to go and see the gods, right? And then when you do that, they're like, yes, you need to light the fire again, right? And it's like, okay, why do I do that? Oh, to keep the Age of Light going. Okay, great, I get it. But some games are like, why are you doing this? I don't know. But that is a little annoying about Blasphemous. It's like, why am I going and killing the Pope? Don't answer this question, by the way. If you know the answer to this question, don't answer. Don't spoil me. It's like, why am I killing this? Why am I killing these dudes? Why am I praying to these guys? Why am I going to the church? Why am I killing this dude? Like, why am I doing this? There's not even pretending to answer this question, which is really annoying. Whereas Fear and Hunger does it really well. For the most part, I think. Why am I going to the dungeon? Oh, because I've been paid to go get Legard. Oh, because Legard is my friend and I want to rescue him. Because Legard killed my village. You know, okay, perfect. I get it. But then it's like, after that, it's like, oh, like, why am I going to Mahab? Like, why the fuck am I doing any of this stuff? I think it falls off a bit there. I would recommend Blasphemous. Blasphemous is really good. I would recommend it. It's not perfect, of course, but it's very good. But then after that, it sort of falls apart. So it's like, okay, so, oh, Legard is dead, or we rescued Legard, and now it's like, okay, why am I doing any of this? Like, why the fuck am I killing gods now? Like, why? Like, give me a reason to do this. In hindsight, the reason is obvious. Oh, because, you know, the different endings, right? But, in person, it would be like, why would you do this? Like, why would you ever do this, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. There is the S endings do give a bit more context to it, right? You know, because it's like, oh, Kahara goes to get Legard, and then it's like, then it straight up says what he's thinking, right? It straight up says, oh, well, this job's fucked. I need to go make money. But some of the other endings, it's like, why would you ever do the little girl thing? Like, why would you go to Mahab and then to speak to Nilvan in the first place? Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. Termina is a lot better. Termina makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's like, you're trapped here. You can't escape. And the only person who has any semblance of knowledge is telling you to go to the tower. Okay, I'll go to the tower. And you get to the tower, and it's like, yeah, if you want to get out, you've got to kill everybody. And it's like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Curiosity. Oh, you... Okay, that's actually a really good point, Jennifer. That's actually a really good point. That's straight up what it says in ending A, doesn't it? Ending A and ending B. It's like, you shouldn't have done this. Why did you... the game straight up says, why did you do this? You shouldn't have done this, but you did it anyway, and now look where it's gotten you. So you're actually that's actually a really good point, you know. I feel like it could use a little bit more of a breadcrumb as to why you would go into Mahab and do that stuff with the gods, but that is a good point. I think Termina has a much better lead there, doesn't it? And the ending A in Termina is like, nobody knows what's going on with logic, and that's sort of the point, isn't it? The point is that nobody knows what's going on with logic. I think Olivia should get a bit more of a guide with that, because the logic's whole thing was trying to get Olivia in there. But anyway, do you think Sulfur will be expanded upon in future updates? Yes, I know for certain Sulfur will get expanded on, because because we see dripped out, no, sorry, we see yassified Black Caleb, and Black Caleb is straight up sulfur stuff, right? So we're definitely getting at least a crumb of sulfur lore. So, hey Kago, how you doing? You're supposed to be role-playing in Termina in Fear and Hunger compared to Termina. You're supposed to be role-playing in Termina too. I think it works. Oh, is there any actual use for reverse crown, or is it just a troll skill? It's not a troll skill. It's a very, very funny skill. But no, there is no technical use for it. That and spontaneous combustion, there's no actual use for them. As far as I'm aware, maybe there is some secret trigger somewhere, but I don't think there is. So. What are Crimson Fathers? They are Grogroth cultists. If you compare them to Black Witches, they look basically identical. To the point where Miro specifically made them look more identical by giving them a knife. Crimson Fathers didn't originally have a knife, so. Okay. By burning blood, Sanji. Why do people fear death and fear and hunger when the idea of an eternal soul is correct and thus some form of afterlife? If the answer is just a fear of what kind of afterlife, then how about this? How accurate to the green is the artificial green is better than the other? Okay, so we don't know what the afterlife is in Fear and Hunger. There is probably one in the world, but it's not mentioned in-game. We only have vague clues, and we talked about this a bit earlier, but we only have vague clues about what any sort of afterlife might be. So it's sort of hard to answer that question. But even in our reality, even when there are people that firmly believe that, say, you know, like Christians, right? It's pretty clear doctrine that as long as you get to go to heaven, then your will feel a million times better than you ever could. Your life will be 10 times better, a million times better in heaven than it ever will be in reality, right? That is explicit doctrine. And even then, even like the most fervent believers still fear death, right? And it's very difficult for people to not fear death, even fully believing that. So I think even if there was a clear, well, logic gives us a promised land, right? Even believers of logic, I think, would still fear that death. So it doesn't seem confirmed by the in-world text. Well, it's conspicuously missing is the thing, which is very, very weird. We only get glimpses of what might be an afterlife in that sulfur scorches souls. Grogroth can return souls to the body imperfectly, and souls appear to be traveling to the Tower of the New Gods. And that's sort of it. That's sort of all we know, all the clues we have about an afterlife, really. So, and the fact that logic seems to snag souls now too, and it seems like logic is an artificial afterlife. So what I think is going to happen is that when we get more information about the artificial green hue, that will give us more information about the real green hue as well. Because the artificial green hue is obviously supposed to be an artificial copy of it, right? So, does the weird crow-human hybrid that you said was Legard have any further information on the internet? No, I don't think that's Legard. There's a theory that... So, you know when Samari kills the priest? And then you go and see Samari in Rare's realm, and she's like, yeah, this weird pillar. Or I think Marina or Osar elaborates on the weird pillar down there and says that, yeah, that's a totem. That's a phylactery for people, and then when they die, they basically respawn there, right? There's a theory that the crow-human hybrid in the white bunker is Legard's phylactery. Because when he dies, he sort of melts away like the priest did. But it's never explicitly confirmed or anything like that. So that's just the current leading theory, and I think it seems right, but it's not explicitly confirmed or denied. So we know nothing about the crow, like nothing. So perhaps our souls return to the green hue. That seems to be what the suggestion is, that souls return to the green hue, but what that means is not super clear. So, stream is recorded. Yes, the stream will be automatically uploaded when it's finished. And I will be making an edited version as well. Is the flesh pillar different? Why doesn't Dominic come back then? There's a flesh pillar. Oh, no, Samari went down there and fucked with the flesh pillar. That's why he didn't come back. She stopped him coming back on purpose, so. Because she knows magic stuff, so. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna play Funga 2 where you give the sweetest whispers one can imagine Funga lore. Is there a good god in story? Is there a definitive good to abide by? No, see, that's the thing. It's really hard to talk about good and evil in terms of fear and hunger because... Okay, so this is going to make a lot of people mad, but our ideas of good and evil, our morality, originally comes from religion. And then afterwards, we sort of reverse engineer it. Reverse engineer those ideas based on rationality, but the root of it is entirely in religion. You know, we've had 400 years since the Enlightenment, right? But most of our morality is still... up until very recently, was still like legitimately within the last 100 years, was still identical to Christian morality, right? Despite everything, so you can draw a clear line to a lot of morality that comes straight from religion, and so when you look at it from that perspective, it's the gods decide what is moral, right? So you can't really call a god good or evil. The best you can do is ask what god has humanity's best interest in mind, is all you can do. What god, and that is still very messy because the gods can have different ideas of what is good and what isn't, right? But that's still the best you can ask. Grogroth, Sylvian don't have what's best for humanity in mind. They have different things they want. Ulmir seems to want what's best for humanity, and so does the god of fear and hunger. So they would be the closest you could call good gods. But even then, we can see massive negatives associated with those gods. Logic appears to be a good god, in quotation marks, right? And we haven't had a chance to see the mistakes that can come from that, but we can probably come up with some good theories as to what's bad about that. So, what about priests that touch child? Yeah, that's bad. And that actually happens in that's, I don't know. That's sort of implied in Fear and Hunger too. In Termina as well, that happened. What does God of Fear and Hunger do for humanity? What does it do in general? So what it did was it kind of gave humanity a really big push. So humanity were fairly comfortable before the God of Fear and Hunger came along. That's why there were so many cycles, was because humanity... You would have these great leaders that would come along and unite humanity for a while, but that would sort of fade away. But what Fear and Hunger did was give humanity... It made them more aware of a great fear and a great hunger within themselves. And so it forced them to get their shit together. And it's like, well, you're not going to fix these problems unless you do something about it. You're just going to be either become miserable or you're going to fix yourselves. And humanity decided to fix themselves. So I suspect that Legard and the new gods working behind the scenes definitely helped a lot. But they needed somebody to force... to light a match under humanity, and that's what the God of Fear and Hunger did. So, because the old gods' powers were fading, because the old gods had fucked off ages ago, right? And they weren't coming back, so something needed to happen. Humanity needed to sort itself out and look after itself now, because the parents aren't home anymore, and they're not coming back. Are the cherubs in Termina moon-scorched children? Probably moon-scorched. It might be the influence of something else, but they're probably moon-scorched kids, yeah. Why don't they DoorDash a Happy Meal for the girl? Basically force the enlightenment of medieval humanity. Yeah, it was. It was like, no, we're getting smart now. Like, it's just happening, right? Okay. Legard, the sexy serious one. How big are the masked cultists as a presence in the world? They're still around. Like we see in Dan's backstory, there's still the bunny cults running around, and we still see the owl cultists running around. But for the most part, it does seem like their presence is fading. Because we see their masks in a museum, and it seems odd to have... It seems odd to have their masks in a museum in a display about ancient culture taken from Mahab, it seems odd to put that in there. Not impossible. Not impossible, really, right? You know, there's museums that display, like, Christian stuff, and, you know, Christianity is obviously still a pretty major religion. But it does seem like their presence is fading. Because, you know, I believe parents were described as really odd, and Sylvian magic is uncommon, because Dan's father-in-law was really, really interested in learning about it. That's why he took Dan in the first place, was because of Dan's experience with Sylvian religion. So they're a lot less common now, for sure. You think Funga is all about humanity not needing the old gods anymore and progressing, becoming better, with the whole series being our independence and maturity? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, it's our way of trying to understand our place in the universe and trying to come to terms with the fact that the gods have left. And we have to do it now. And us trying different things. Okay, so Funga kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. Logic is probably going to kind of work, and it probably won't as well, because obviously that's not going to be any fun if it works, right? The series is over, isn't it? So logic is probably not going to work, and then, you know, we're just going to keep trying stuff, and it's just going to keep failing, so. Freeing 3, not at the museum. New guys that even seem like they can solo armies. Yes, they can, but you have to remember that new gods, when they're born, are a level of magnitude stronger than the new gods we fight in-game. And it is worth remembering that the heroes that go into the dungeon are stronger than average. Because we explicitly see what happens when other knights go in there. You know, because we've got Buckman's party, and they get fucking bodied. They get utterly destroyed. And they're elite knights, right? They're the prince's personal guards that go with him. And they get bodied. They get utterly bodied. So that the 4 heroes from the first game are lucky and strong. And I think luck has a lot to do with that. So it's yeah, you do have to keep in mind that, yeah, the heroes that actually went down to Mahab are very lucky and very strong and very special people. Most people couldn't even make it to Mahab, let alone make it through Mahab. So, like, remember your very first playthrough of Fear and Hunger? That's basically what everybody else has played. That's what's canon for going into the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Is you see a guard and then you get fucking killed in 5 seconds, right? Or ripped apart by dogs, or stung to death by a Maniba, right? That's canon. That's what's supposed to happen. How the fuck did Buckman's party find themselves in Mahab without the cube? Because the cube is a way to force enlightenment. There's other ways inside. A particularly thoughtful person could probably make their way in. Ragnvald are literally too angry to die, yeah. What gods represent forces of nature? What represents ascended gods? Do they represent humanity mastering forces of nature? So, Grogroth being turned into sulfur will represent humans mastering war. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Humanity, it represents humanity mastering those forces. So, sulfur ascending is sort of like humanity mastering their fear of death. Because, and it's sort of changing it as well. Because sulfur represents dominion. Like, he's basically the god of domination, basically. So he's not the same as what Grogroth was. Grogroth isn't identical to what sulfur is. So they are different. We very rarely get to see, like, we've only seen one god before and after, and we know basically nothing about the depths anyway. So it's a lot of the stuff is pretty vague. One of Buckman's knights read passages of Mahab and accidentally wall clipped. Could time travel exist in Fear and Hunger lore? There is some semblance of time travel, so probably. Is there a thematic quality to the story about giving up when the games are too hard, like sort of like how the undead in Dark Souls gave up in the game, so to speak? I don't know if there's that meta quality to it, because it doesn't have that idea of trying again and again and again. Like, that's not part of the lore at all. So I would suggest not. It could be, it could be, but if because it's not really hinted at, like, like in Dark Souls, it's straight up canon that the character tries again and again and again to get out, right? But that doesn't seem to be part of the themes in Fear and Hunger. I could be wrong, could be wrong, but I wouldn't bet on it. Was Venushka dying necessary for logic to be born, similar to God of the Depths in Fear and Hunger? No, logic is something very different, so. Consider how Terminator is supposed to be World War 1 or 2. Do you think Grogroth could potentially be resurrected into the next game? Yes, I do believe Sulfur is coming soon. Okay, Discord questions. Yo, Devlord, thank you very much. I'm going to take a quick sip while we wait for Stream Elements to read that.
When you fight the traces of an old god, they're like, I was just playing, I could easily crush you if I wanted, but you remove their body parts. Are they really holding back, or is it cope?
When you fight the traces of an old god, they're like, I was just playing, I could easily crush you, but you remove their body parts. Are they really holding back, or is it cope? No, they're definitely holding back. Yeah, no, they will absolutely body you if they want to. So the traces that we fight, the confirmed traces we fight are Sylvian and Grogroth, and we likely fight Rare's traces as well. It's probably Rare's traces, it might not be. We'll just for the sake of the argument, we'll assume it's traces, right? So Sylvian doesn't want to kill you. Sylvian wants to love you. She wants to try to bridge the gap between you and her, right? So she tangles you up in tentacles to try and give you a hug, and she makes copies of the heroes to try and talk to you, basically. And because you're play fighting, she's play fighting too. She doesn't really get that it's not a play fight for you, you're fighting for your life. She doesn't understand that. Grogroth is doing it because it's fun. He likes fighting. Grogroth loves fighting. That's why he's doing it. Then, like, and yeah, if Nashra is there, he just like one-shots Nashra without even thinking about it. And Nashra is way stronger than you. Nashra's power level is stronger than you no matter what, basically. So Grogroth can absolutely just one-shot you if you wanted to. And in fact, he almost can if you're not careful with Whispers of Grogroth. He can basically just end the fight in a couple of turns. So, hello, our Russian friend. How you doing? And Rare isn't there to fight you. Rare is there to have a look. He's just curious about you. Like, he literally comes down to have a look at what you're doing and then gets bored and leaves. That's literally how the fight goes. And the fight is just you trying to withstand his presence for a short time. So, yeah, no, if the old gods wanted you dead, you are dead. Just full stop. Even their traces. It's just, you just die. That's it. And even look at the god of Fear and Hunger, who is a full old god. You can't withstand her presence. You literally cannot withstand her presence. If you're in her presence when she gets born, you just die. And she just kills you at the end. Like at the end of the fight just ends and then just goes splat. And that was a mercy for her. That was a mercy kill. Because your mind and body cannot withstand what's happening. It just can't. So, yeah, no. If they want you dead, you just die. And if you're in the presence of an actual old god, then you will pray for death. Bad news, because Sulfur will want you dead eventually. No, I don't think Sulfur will want us dead eventually. He is the human god. Well, actually, he was a human god. We don't know if he is now. We'll see what Sulfur wants. Maybe he will. He's not very happy.
It's the equivalent of your kitten or puppy trying to mess up, but you're like all cute limo.
Yeah, it is. It is, isn't it? Thank you very much for the 5 I don't play games. It is, yeah. Sylvian's like, oh, isn't this cute? Oh, look, he's trying to hit me with a sword. Oh, look, it's using magic. That's cute. That's basically what's happening, yeah. Why is the domination soul absent for the festival? Okay, we will answer this question because, okay, we will answer this question. I love this question. What about their limbs? Oh, okay, yeah, so sorry, just briefly. That's their physical forms, and they are ideas. It seems they can just make new physical forms whenever they want. When you fight Grogroth, he transforms at will. Like, he spawns eyes all over his body, so I don't think they're physical forms or anything that they really worry about, so. The domination soul. This is a theory that I came up with recently, which is, I love this theory. It's a banger, guys. It's a banger. Okay. So, to understand this theory, we need to take a look at the souls, right? In the first game, there's four player souls you can get, right? There's Endless Soul, Domination Soul, Tormented, and Enlightened. Endless, Tormented, and Enlightened, they show up in Termina as well. Domination doesn't. And everyone thought like, oh, well, okay. Miro just didn't want to add the Domination Soul to the game because, you know, that's Darce's soul. It's all about, like, attacking and stuff like that. You know, maybe it just doesn't fit Termina, right? It can happen. But then, we take a look at the skills list in Termina, right? So the skills that are associated with the Domination Soul from the first game are Defense Stance, which gives you Perfect Guard and Evasion. Then there's Fast Stance, which gives you the Speed buff. Then there's Counter, which gives you the counter buff, and then there's Leg Sweep, which is an attacking move. Now, Leg Sweep, Legard has Leg Sweep, which is why people think he might have a Domination Soul, but he's a bit funny. We don't actually know what soul type Legard is. That's a different topic. He's weird. But he has Leg Sweep, and in Termina, when you fight him, he uses Leg Sweep as well, which is a banger. But then we look at the Marco's skill tree, right? Bob and Weave gives evasion. Perfect Guard, it increases your guard, which is, you know, the same as Perfect Guard from the first game. Counter Stance applies counter. Fast Stance applies speed buff. Huh. So that's 3 of the Domination Soul's abilities on Marco, plus extra. What happens if you use a Soul Stone on Legard? You don't get his soul. I think it says he doesn't have one, which is really weird. So, not only does Marco have all of the Domination Soul's abilities bar Leg Sweep, he has extra abilities too. He has Adrenaline Rush and he has Bare-Fisted Proficiency. Again, more offensive skills. And because of this, because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he has 6. He has 6 abilities, which is by far the largest soul skill tree in the game. It's bigger than some of the gods. Some of the gods have less abilities than that. The question is why? Okay. The Domination Soul is missing. The Tainted Soul has basically all the Domination Soul's abilities, and Miro obviously wanted to keep them together, right? Because Marco has 6 skills, which is far more than everybody else. So what I'm thinking is, the Domination Soul was tainted. It became the Tainted Soul. Because that answers that question, right? And now there are some counter arguments, okay? So we have the Endless Soul, right? In the first game, it was Kahara. In the second game, it's Karen. Now, 2 abilities from the Endless Soul got shuffled around, right? Endless Soul, so Steel went to Decrepit Soul, and On Guard went to Chaotic Soul. But lockpicking, and then Endless Soul only has lockpicking now. Everything else, lockpicking and Escape Plan. But that one's kind of weird. Kahara can start with that. It's not explicitly attached to his soul though. That one's a bit weird. So then the question is, well, why does her skills get shuffled around? But you know, why is she still the Endless Soul? And I think that's you know, I don't think that actually factors into it at all. Because just for the simple fact that, you know, she still has 2 of the abilities, right? And she's still called the Endless Soul. It doesn't matter that a couple of those abilities were shuffled around, right? It's just that you have to answer the question why almost every single Domination Soul skill is in the Tainted Soul tree now, and Domination is missing. Like, the neatest answer for that is, well, it's not missing, it's just called the Tainted Soul now. Like, that's the simplest answer for it. And, like, because, like, why would Orange put every single Domination skill, almost every single Domination skill in the game into one soul, and then not call that soul Domination? Like, what is the point of doing that? Like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Shuffling the skills around is fine, because, you know, sometimes they don't work anymore, right? But what if the Domination Soul was absorbed by Marco when he killed the guy from his backstory? That wouldn't make any sense, because other people have killed people too. Levi, for one. Levi killed somebody else. Henrik might be a murderer. Caligura has definitely killed people before. August has probably killed people. Pav has killed people. Osar has killed people. So that doesn't make any sense. Another question is, well, okay, so let's assume that, okay, let's say that Marco, maybe it's just Marco's soul that got tainted. Maybe it's not that the Domination Soul as a whole got tainted, but just Marco's soul. But then, you know, when you look at Marco's backstory, there's nothing in there that means he got tainted any worse than anybody else, right? You want to bet Samari's killed people? She may have, in the rituals, she may have killed people. But I don't think, it hasn't been explicitly confirmed is the thing, so. So, like, what if it's just Marco has been tainted, and it's not that the whole Domination tree has been tainted? But then you look at Marco's backstory, like, what was he tainted by? Oh, he fell in with the mob, right? Other people have done way worse stuff than that. You know, Levi, child soldier, Pav, slaughtered a shitload of people. You know, Caligura. If Caligura isn't tainted, then nobody's tainted, right? Did I miss my question? I don't know. I've been ranting about Tainted Soul for a minute. So it really does seem like the entire Domination skill tree, has been tainted. It might have just been changed because Dominating didn't fit Marco's backstory. But then what would be the point of giving him a like, it doesn't make sense that there would be every single Domination skill in there and then just not call it the Domination tree. Right, he's a boxer, it's fine, you can call it that. And it's not like skill souls 100% determine who you are, right? So, like Levi, he's got the solitary soul, but, you know, his backstory is about him working with his team, and then going back to his orphanage where his people are, right? So it's not like, you know, the names aren't that important. So then there's something interesting about that, right? It's and again, if Marco did kill a guy who had a tainted soul, then why are his abilities? No, again, that doesn't work, because when you kill him and you get his tainted soul, if you kill Caligura after he kills Levi, you don't get the solitary soul as well, so that doesn't work either. You only get the soul of the person you killed. You don't. The soul doesn't change because of that. So, stream is lagging fit. That's probably my internet. That does a lot. And so then you have something interesting, because then we have the tainted one in the new gods. There's a new god called a tainted one, right? Does the skills connect with her being taught to fight well? I don't believe it's connected to that leg sweep stuff. It's more likely to simply be better than others at something. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. But there are certain skills that are explicitly attached to it, right? And we see that in the Book of Memories too. That there's certain entities can change the abilities attached to souls. So think Sylvan Trooper could be a corrupted, twisted and corrupted Dast? No, probably not. Because Sylvan Trooper has a big dick, and I'm pretty sure Dast doesn't. Doesn't Marco have 2 class names? Is his soul 2 people, maybe? No. If that were the case, we would actually see a different soul that could show up, and it doesn't. So, I don't think the class names are that important, to be honest. And so this comes up with something interesting, right? So now we have a soul, the soul type of domination tainted, right? Sylvan Trooper has a dick, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, if domination was tainted, we can ask when, right? When was it tainted? Okay, so it wasn't before the first game, because you explicitly have the domination soul multiple times there. You have 2 domination souls, right? Someone says Marco's tainted because that's how he perceives himself. No, that's not. That's sort of not how it works, because other people would do the same thing. You know, whenever you think of like, oh, maybe it's just Marco, you sort of have to then justify, okay, so then what about Levi? What about Caligura? What about Pav? You know, they've done things that are far worse than Marco has done, and they're not tainted. So you have to justify that. So, souls are glorified horoscopes. Yes, they're horoscopes if they were real. So they're just horoscopes. So in the dungeon, right, you've got the 2 domination souls. You've got Francois and you've got Das. So that it hasn't been tainted yet. Now, when a new god is born, that is a really, really big deal. Okay? That's a really big deal. And the only reason Legard's wasn't a big deal was because the God of Fear and Hunger was born at the same time, and he got so tilted that he didn't want to leave the dungeon. That's why his wasn't a big deal, but everybody else's was. So a god being born between the God of Fear and Hunger and now is unlikely, because we would know about them. We would 100% know about them. So that sort of leaves the most likely time that the Tainted One was born is, you know, at the end of the first game. So it's likely that the Tainted One is actually Das. Because that sort of fits the best for when the Tainted One could have been born. Assuming that the entire skill tree of domination was tainted, and that's what it seems like so far. So the tainted soul tainted because something happened to it, or because Marco's soul changed due to actions taken within his life? No, I don't think it doesn't make sense for Marco specifically to be tainted, because he didn't do anything that was any worse than what anything anybody else has done. Like, he punched a guy to death. Okay, that sucks, right? But what did Das do? Like, Das took part of countless massacres for Legard, and Francois did the same, and they weren't tainted. Like, Levi took part in some horrible, like some atrocious things that he went through, and he's not tainted. Caligura is a disgusting person in basically every way you can think of, and he's not tainted. So that's why I'm thinking that the something else, something stronger than us, tainted the skill tree. And hey, who do we know can manipulate souls? It's Sulfur. Sulfur did it. Sulfur did it. Sulfur tainted the domination tree, right? And we know, and you know why? You know why? Because he is the god of domination. So, yeah, that's what I suspect. That's my current working theory. And people call me crazy. I've been called Matt Pat multiple times because of this. But prove it wrong, boys. Prove it wrong. I am destroying you with facts and logic. You cannot answer this. Everything is sulfur. It is sulfur. Seems to me more like there was a lame-ass fellowship at some point between 1 and 2. Well, see, no, the thing is, you have to justify this. You can say, well, lots of things could happen, right? You know, it's like when you're talking about the endings of Fear and Hunger 1, it's like, well, this could have happened. The girl could have gone there by herself. You know, Pocket Cat could have taken her down there. Maybe a ghoul took her down there. It's like, no, you have to justify this. There's lots of things that could have happened, but we have to look at the evidence in the game, right? And if there is no evidence in the game that something happened, then it probably did not happen, right? Like, what's more likely to happen? Some random ass character that we've never heard of before became a new god after the first game and before the second game somehow, or a character that we know became that god. Like, what's more likely to happen? A character whose ending, by the way, has not been confirmed in any way, shape, or form. We don't know. Like, there has never been any hint of what Darce's canon ending was. The closest we got is the stained glass window in the church suggesting Darce's ending, right? That's it. So you can call me crazy all you want. Go right ahead. But, you know, I'm not just pulling stuff out my ass here. You know, there's evidence for this. Anyway, let's get worked up. What was the window in the church? Hang on, I'll pull that up. It's a very important piece of lore, actually, the church window. Oh, my computer's slow at the moment. One sec. Where did I save that? Yeah. Stained glass windows from the church. Now, on the left, we have Sulfur, forcing the kings of his era to submit to him. In the middle, we have what is said to be Ulmir killing the kings, but as we know, it can't be Ulmir, because Ulmir did not have hair when he was a human. And the description of that stained glass window says, the martyr that overcomes his idols, and it's clearly just Legard putting in a statue of himself. It's even yellow like Legard. It's Legard, right? So then who's his other idol? Well, it's the birth of Fear and Hunger in the dungeon. And it looks like, so it's either Darce or Kahara there. It could be either one of them. It's Darce's short sword, but it's sort of hard to tell what that actual person is. It kind of looks like armor. So the sort of hint was that it was either Darce or Kahara that took the girl to the depths to make the god of Fear and Hunger. So that was all the hint we had. People thought that Darce's S ending was canon because we saw when you use Rot on Legard, he looks like what happens at the end of Darce's S ending, but it's not the case because that's probably not Legard's body, and there's other reasons why he could look like that. And the way he's described in Darce's S ending isn't how he acts in Termina, so it's probably not him. That probably didn't happen. So, can someone perform on Ulmir with a giant body? That's actually a really good question. That's actually a really good question. Maybe he could shrink his form so he could be like more normal human size. Hey NASA, how we doing? I believe Kahara makes more sense. Helping a child of a god who shares his soul type, and the fact his motivation to go to the dungeon was for a child and mother he can empathize. I think he fits thematically a lot better. I agree. I 100% agree that he fits thematically a lot better. Hey Kokomori, how you doing? Does it say that Ulmir lost all his bodily hair after turning Godhood? It absolutely does. So Ulmir does not, that picture in the middle absolutely cannot be Ulmir, because Ulmir didn't start his crusade until he became a god, and Ulmir explicitly did not have hair when he was a god, so that can't be him. What do you think are definitely Easter eggs and not lore relevant? Mirror doesn't work that way. Well, no, that's not true. There are a couple of things like references to some references to streamers are just Easter eggs, like the how do you pronounce it? Ptolomeo. The references to Ptolomeo are definitely just Easter eggs. Heartless is no longer an Easter egg. Heartless is firmly in the lore, and same are Cirgles. Cirgles are fully in the lore. So Miro tends to bridge the gap between Easter egg and just straight lore. So think we can get an Ulmir fight one day? Maybe. Maybe, well, probably not Ulmir, but maybe Sulfur. The birth of Sulfur. The rebirth of Sulfur. That'd be interesting. If Kahara had Sabbath, then how come it's seen in Termina? Sabbath is probably mass-produced. Because the church used it for their vampire hunters, so. Sulfur tainted domination soul through blood ritual. Also, Sulfur was Darcy's true god, so she worshipped European Ulmir, aka Sulfur. Yeah. That's probably what happened, is she was tainted and then became a new god, so. He could have lost his hair shortly after he returned and not immediately. See, that's where you're getting into stuff that's not corroborated by lore. Oh, I think we might take a short break. Oh, well, fitting here, just mentioned Sergal. Oh, yeah, that's right, the song starts playing. This song is called... Oh, goodness gracious. Matinee Cocone Magnificat. There we go. What about Radiating One and the Heartless One? Okay, so Radiating One we don't really know much about. He's a weird one still. But Radiating Ones seem to be pretty easily manipulated by Sulfur. Like Ryla and Samari. And then the dominating ones have been manipulated, have been tainted. So I think that's why they both show up. Yo, Devil, thank you very much.
We know Anki and Rag left. We know someone had to take the girl into the depths. And we know someone died to grow Goroth. That's 4 confirmed endings.
Yeah. But it does... Thank you for the 5, Devil Lord, I appreciate that. But it does get messy because somebody made Legard become a new god. So it's messy. The only ending I think that could have happened by itself is probably Nashra wandering down into the depths. So it could be that, like, Kahara took Nashra down to fight the girl, with the girl, and then Nashra was like, well, shit, I'm not doing that fight, and then fights Grogoroth, because that's... It's weird. It's messy. I think Nashra could have done it by himself, but it's sort of hard to know, right? Make him sit in the throne and then leave for another ending? That's true. Interesting. It's hard to know exactly what's canon in game and what, you know, what you physically do that's canon and what's like the lore is, so. Cancer window on the right symbolizing the ascension of the god of fear and hunger, because it's a... This is a bit... It is a little bit loose. But, the statue you place below it is of a big mouth, which looks like... Which is, kind of like the shell at the bottom of the god of fear and hunger when you fight her, how she has that skin shell on the ground. And it looks like somebody sort of reeling backwards from something raising up, which is why people think it's the god of fear and hunger. So, Nashra couldn't take the girls. No, like Kahara, the girl, and Nashra go down there. It could happen, but it's really weird because the only way you can recruit Nashra is if you have the Eclipse token, and why would anybody but Enki get the Eclipse token? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like Enki definitely didn't take Nashra down there because he went and became enlightened. So it's like exactly how that played out isn't really obvious. So and I think that's probably one of the things where it's like, don't worry about it. Nashra just wandered down there. And I don't think we'll ever get a clear answer for it. What's happening on the left? That's Sulfur making the leaders of the world bow to him in quotation marks. Okay, let's take a short break. Go stretch my legs. Do I want another coffee? I kind of want another coffee. Yeah. Okay. We'll BRB. And we'll come back in a few minutes, and we will keep talking. And then we'll keep going through these questions in the Discord. So, okay, BRB. Okay, we are back. It's chilly here. Hey, Aspen, how we doing? He keeps changing the TV broadcast. Oh, sorry, I was sitting on the remote. Hey, Percy Pease, good to see you. I'm sniping lasers. Okay. Where are we up to? Where were we up to? Okay, so question from Coconutty 2002. What is the symbolism of blue sin and red virtue? I'm not sure about the explicit colors. So, okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, there's two swords in, there's one sword in Fear and Hunger 1 and one sword in Fear and Hunger 2, and they are intended to be the best weapons in the game, and they're both very difficult to get. The one in Termina is actually, when you crunch the numbers, it's actually slightly worse than Meat Grinder, which is funny. But it's intended to be the best weapon in the game. And the inscription on Blue Sin from the first game says that it says, for the sinners. And I think there's an inscription on Red Virtue that says the opposite, like, you know, for the virtuous. I think. I could be wrong, though. I'll need to double check that. But the idea is that they were the swords. But Red Virtue definitely says that. Definitely says that it is part of a set that were for the King of Mahab. And obviously, it doesn't explicitly say that Blue Sin is the opposite, but it's obvious, you know, in context, right? Blue Sin and Red Virtue. And so you've got sin and virtue, all the sinners and all the virtuous, under the dominion of the King of Mahab. But it sort of suggests that everybody's life belongs to the King of Mahab, which makes sense because Grogroth was the god of death, which means he has a sword for everybody, the good and the bad. And Ulmir was the human god that took his place. So it does make a lot of sense. And I don't know if that implies that there is a difference to what happens to the good people and the bad people after they die, or the joke is that it doesn't matter if you're good or bad, you're dead anyway. One implies there's afterlives, the other one implies that it doesn't matter. So, what does sulfur represent? A lot. Sulfur is the god of dominion, basically. You're saying Ulmir took Grogroth's place? Yes, I am, actually. I answered it a lot more before, previously, and I won't go back over that right now. But here is a full playlist talking about that. If you want more information. Okay. From Scarlet King, will the Minotaur from the newest video, Fear and Hunger, be coming in an upcoming update? Yes. Yeah, it's probably the next update, maybe the one after, but almost certainly the next update. How can Percolate be able to use Rare's magic if he is clearly a sulfur cultist? Okay, so... Oh, this is really loud, isn't it? The song's a banger, but it's really loud. A couple of things there. Sulfur has dominion over humans completely. So no matter what magic you can use, no matter who you worship before, you're sulfurs now. You're just sulfurs. But also, Percolate, through sulfur's magic, has dominion over Rare. He controls Rare. So it's I think the implication is that Percolate is using Rare's magic at will because he has control over Rare at the moment. And then when he dies, the chains snap, and that's when Rare comes down. So that's sort of what shows that he has control over Rare at the moment. Oh, this music is from the Fear and Hunger Termina trailer. And it's called Monologue with the Moon. It's not in-game, but it is on YouTube if you search up Fear and Hunger Termina OST. So Could logic rival sulfur? Yes, absolutely, and we'll probably get to that. Okay, so from Sopra, we have, is there any specific way in which Pocket Cat chooses his successor like he did with Dan? Now, unfortunately, with Pocket Cat, there is very little information. Hidden lore video. Oh, right. That was just a stream highlight talking about one of the charts I made, and I want to make it its own video at some point. That's why it's hidden. It's not like a secret video or anything. It's literally just a stream highlight. Sulfur is a god of humanity? Yes, kind of. He's a god of domination of humanity. So he was the most human god to exist at the time, and probably still is. But he is the king. He is what Legard wants to be. He wants humanity to ascend, but he wants to be in charge when they do it. What's the genie? Good question. We might get to that later, but there's not much we know about him, sorry. What are those Pocket Cat book stories of him selecting his successor? That's what people think. That's what people think is that's who the current Pocket Cat is the kid who shows up in the first Pocket Cat book. What was his name? I've forgotten his name, but that's what some people think, is that the kid that shows up in the Pocket Cat books is the current Pocket Cat. But I don't think it's explicitly stated. William, that's it. Or Wilhelm, or William, something like that. But yes, so hang on, where's the question again? I've lost it. Is there a specific way in which Pocket Cat chooses his successor? So what I think, okay, so by weird coincidence, right? The writer of this goes unseen, but will the stream still be going in half an hour? Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. We'll be going for a couple of hours yet, at least. My streams usually go for about 6, but we'll see, because I do have a flu. It will still go for a while yet. It's not gonna end anytime soon. So okay, so let's take a look at the Pocket Cats, and let's take a look at the situations they're in, right? Pocket Cat 1 the first Pocket Cat we know of, we'll call him Pocket Cat 1. We'll call him Pocket Cat, and then Dan, and then we'll get Dan Cat. Pocket Cat and Dan Cat, right? Pocket Cat 1 is he likes kids. The implication is that he does horrible things to him, but I think the only thing that's sort of explicitly said that he does is he just kidnaps them and I think kills them. I think is the only thing that's sort of explicit about that. But you can guess. From the language he uses, you can make some assumptions. And let's take a look at the situation he's in, right? Rare knows that somebody is going to try and make a new god with a little girl. And so there's a Pocket Cat that is really, really good and really, really enjoys kidnapping kids. If I may, while I think you have compelling arguments with the theories of sulfur, I just conjecture, do you have any direct evidence? Depends what you mean by direct evidence. After a while, second order theories become first order, just by how many there are. If there's an overwhelming amount of second order evidence, then it's like, well, do you need someone to say, yes, this is actually true when you've got so much other evidence about it? But I go into a lot of details in those videos, so. So yes, that's Pocket Cat 1. Pocket Cat 2, Dan Cat. Let's take a look at what Dan does, right? Dan loves the human body. He loves cutting things up. He loves limbs. He likes poking and prodding things. And when you fight him, he likes cutting your limbs off too. There's no suggestion that Dan Cat is into kids. As far as I'm aware, there's no suggestion that Dan Cat is into children. But what he does do is he wants to cut off your limbs. So he is... he likes dismembering people. And let's take a look at the situation that Dan Cat is in. He's currently in a Sulfur Cult run festival where the Sulfur Cult loves dismembering people. And it really seems like Sulfur is going to become a much larger presence in the future. because it seems like sulfur is waking up. So if you needed an agent to operate in and around the sulfur cult, Dan would be perfect for that. Dan even has intimate knowledge of the sulfur cult more than most any other people ever. Even Osar knows nothing. Osar and Nashra know nothing about the sulfur cult. Dan may legitimately be the single person out of all the contestants that has the most knowledge of the sulfur cult. So Rare having an agent like that is actually really, really useful. If you assume that sulfur is going to become a bigger presence. And Rare tends to know things that nobody else does. Because he's very Keikaku, isn't he? All according to Keikaku. That's my theory, at least. Like a lot of stuff, we have to make a lot of guesses. We have to, not guesses, we have to sort of try to piece together a puzzle when we only have, a handful of pieces, right? And that's what it looks like so far. That's my best guess. If someone has a better guess, and for a lot of this stuff, like that's for all of my theories, like the sulfur theory, right? That's my best guess. I'm pretty confident in that guess, but it's still the best guess. And if somebody does have a better theory than me, I would love to hear it. And if I do think it's better than mine, then I'll be down for it. I'll start shilling that too. I wonder if August is aware of sulfur based on his knowledge of the general situation in Preheval. Maybe. He does know a lot. He knows a lot more than the average person. But sulfur is so secret that not even Nashra knows anything about him. He knows his sigil and he knows there's a sulfur god. And that's it, basically. And for Nashra to not know anything about it, that's one secret god. It's hard to know, right? We'll have to wait until we get more information about August, so we'll see. Dan Cat doesn't require children. OG Cat asked for children. Willem was a child. Could OG Cat have been the little boy wanting a child friends and just unalive them? Yeah, that's what some people say, is that Willem ended up becoming Pocket Cat, and he sort of got that because he had such a fucked up childhood, because he became Pocket Cat, then it sort of messed up his head, and that's when he's sort of maiming and doing other things to kids. That's one of the theories. I don't think we're ever going to get explicit confirmation on who Pocket Cat 1 was, right? So heard a theory before that Dan having the blank soul makes him the perfect blank canvas to become a host for Pocket Cat. Yeah, there's definitely something about the blank soul. It's it makes sense. It's an odd one though, isn't it? Grogoth magic is called blood magic, Sylvan is called flower magic. What would the other magics be? Good question. That is a good question, actually. I don't know. Game has so much lore, it's insane. Fear and Hunger legitimately has the best lore I have ever seen in a video game. Like, legitimately. I have never... Not only is the lore super interesting, but the way it's displayed is very interesting too. The only thing that comes close is Bloodborne. And I think that Fear and Hunger beats it just for the sheer fact it has more. How come Rare's name isn't known when asking the new gods in Fungal 1? Because Rare is a very mysterious god that just hates talking to humanity. And the new gods actually have a lot of gaps of information. What I suspect is happening when you're talking to the new gods is that only some of them talk at a time. So when you ask a question, one god will pipe up. And if you ask another question, another god will pipe up. Because they're all sort of really tired and old and retired, and they kind of don't have much energy left. So some of them know the future, some of them know the past, some of them don't feel like answering, some of them really like answering. Yeah, the retirement home or a classroom, yeah, it is. It's very similar. And they are semi-reliable. Like, they know the woodsman from Termina, but they don't know Rare's name. Do they die? Not in the way we know dying, so... If Enki got Nashra and Legard and brought them to the throne, Enki seems like the main characters who would bring Legard to the throne. He would be interested in doing that, wouldn't he? Because Enki entered the dungeon to get Legard and find out why he's prophesized, and Legard is like, well, I'm going to become basically all me when I sit in the throne, and Enki's like, okay, let's see it. I can see that happening, yeah. But you know, it's hard to know, right? And the issue is, we don't know. We know that there's differences in gameplay and what's canon in lore, right? Because so Legard almost certainly became a new god, but you can't recruit him on hard mode, and hard mode is the only mode that you can get the S endings on, and we know Enki's S ending is canon, right? So it's like, what's going on here? So the actual gameplay itself, what you as a player physically do, is only partially true. And I think that is actually hilarious, because that's how you're supposed to treat every single bit of text in these games, as being probably true until we see something better. And that's what the gameplay literally is. It's true until we see something better. It's really funny. And that's likely going to be the case in Termina as well. It's true until we see something better. So, yeah. Enki could have just tossed his corpse on the throne or made a ghoul to sit, and that's so. Look, that's sort of the thing that comes up a lot. It's like there's lots of things that could have happened. We have to sort of look at the evidence in the game. You know, could the four heroes have made a party together and partied through the dungeon and killed everything and done this and done that? And it's like, lots of things could have happened, right? Lots of things could have happened. But what does the game say happened? Right? It's easy to make up these extra theories to make certain things fit, but you have to look at what is explicitly sort of said by the facts. And I know you might think that's rich, coming from the guy who says that Das is the tainted one and Sulfur is the only sun god and all that sort of stuff, but I base that on explicitly what I see in the facts and what the facts point to. So, you know, the facts don't point to Das S ending happen. The facts point to Sulfur being the one god, right? The facts, at the moment, the facts point to tainted one being Das, but, you know, I admit when a theory is sort of loose and not as solid as it could be. So, most banger thumbnail I've ever made. Thank you, Bombsy. I laughed so hard when I made that thumbnail. I was so happy. I was so happy about this thumbnail. Good time for this music. It's good, isn't it? Yeah. You know, speaking of the new guys, sitting in a dark room and asking lore questions to a shady figure gives you some feelings of deja vu. Yeah. What franchise would you like to have a collab with Fear and Hunger? Well, Blasphemous is the easy go-to, right? Blasphemous and Fear and Hunger collab would be pretty peak. Elden Ring Fear and Hunger would be cool, I reckon. You know, the sort of ones that are pretty obvious, easy picks. Dead by Daylight getting Chrome Waller would be sick. How sick would that be? But I'm sort of haven't played Dead by Daylight in like over 2 years at this point, so you know, I don't really care. Yeah. Just give me more games with cool lore that I can like do big videos about. So to deal with the statue in the Foundations of Decay, it doesn't look like any existing gods. That is Grogoroth. It looks similar to other depictions of Grogoroth. And specifically, it has the face on his chest. Now, remember that Preheval is an ancient city that is known for its astrology. And Grogoroth, the god Grogoroth, appeared as lesser demons early on before he fully emerged into our reality. So I believe that statue is very old statue. And yeah, that ties into the whole sulfur god theory. That actually comes up in my my theory, my sun god video. Remember getting in touch with Darkwood devs. Oh, that'd be a good pick, yeah. Osar as a guest character in Mortal Kombat. How sick would that be? Makes sense. Someone said it looked like Pazuzu. It does look a lot like Pazuzu. A bunch of those demons show up in, a bunch of those old sort of, ooh, whoops. Let's put that down. A bunch of that old stuff, a bunch of those cool statues show up in Terminator. It's pretty cool. By the way, I screenshotted this thumbnail and posted on Pinterest. I gave credits, but if that ain't enough. Oh, if you like, I posted a full version in my Discord. Somewhere. I posted like the full. Yeah, if you go to my Discord, hang on, I just posted a link to the Discord. You can get the full. You can get the actual straight up PNG that I used for it. If you scroll up a bit to yesterday. Is the story of Fear and Hunger the story of Legard? Yes, it has been. I suspect Fear and Hunger 3 won't be, but it has been so far. Yeah. Well, it depends on when Fear and Hunger 3 is set. If Fear and Hunger 3 is set in the past, if it's like a prequel or something like that, then it could definitely still be Legard's story. But so far, yes, it has been the story of Legard. What time period do you think Hunger 3 will be set in? So far, it's looking like modern day. And Miro said he would like to do a modern day game. He didn't clarify if he wanted to do modern day Fear and Hunger or just a modern day game. So, you know, we'll see. Pazuzu. Okay, next question. Okay. From Coconutty, my other question is that new gods will appear since a new god represents power leaders, warlords of history rising and falling. Will new gods appear? No, because even though they represent powerful leaders and warlords from history, there is still a literal process they have to go through to become a new god. And the process is they have to sit on the throne of Ascension in Mahab. And it's very difficult to do that. It's very difficult to even get there, right? And the throne is currently destroyed. And there may not actually be a way to sit in it anymore. And yeah, if the throne is rebuilt or people could figure out a way to go back in time again, then it could happen. Because I mean, that's basically what happened with Legard, right? So there's no reason why it couldn't happen. It would just be way more difficult than it was in the past. Because you need to get to you need to get to Mahab, and you need to get the cube, which is apparently on logic, or you need another way in there. There's other ways in there, right? But it's very difficult. So it doesn't seem to be any reason why they couldn't. Yeah. But there hasn't been so far. So why do we have to fight Sylvian when we enter the void dimension in Fear and Hunger 1? She wants a hug, basically. That's literally why. She wants to get to know you. And she doesn't understand why you don't want to get smushed and crushed and killed by her. So okay. Okay, so from Real Skeleton. Are the beggars and Dr. Kiefer sulfur cultists? They have similar color scheme on their faces as percolae, needles, and stitches. I think they are. I think they're related to the sulfur cult somehow. I don't know how, though. Because they seem to be immune to the scorching that's happening. Or at the very least, the scorching is very delayed on them. But it's not really clear. I think they're involved somehow. But then, you know, we've got the head guy, right? He wants you to kill a priest, and the priests are basically friends of the cult, so I don't know. If I had to say yes or no, I'd say yes, they are involved, but it's never explicitly said, and it's not really clear. So oh, well, thank you for hanging today despite the flu. Hope you feel better. Thank you very much, Meteor. I appreciate it. What's Levi's favorite band? That's a good question. Probably Trivium. What's the symbol in the ritual circle where the black witch spawns in the grand library? That's the symbol of the sun god. And I have a full video about that. A full video series, in fact, which you can see here. Well, the whole series is in case you need to brush up on the rest of the lore too, but to understand that, I would recommend watching the sulfur video, ending C video, and then the sun god video. So, where are we up to? Okay, so from Rosa. What happened to Grogoroth when he was sacrificed? If he was sacrificed to create sulfur, then did his soul become part of him? What even happens to an old god when they die? Oh, here we go. We're going to talk about it now. Yes, he was sacrificed to create sulfur. Where's this music? Oh, this is very quiet. Yes, he was sacrificed to create sulfur. Then his soul did mix in with the soul of Ulmir, of the human Ulmir, to create the god, or what we call Ulmir, which is actually sulfur. Yeah, that's basically what happened. And then the traces of Grogoroth are left over. What happens to an old god if they die? So we went over this. Am I going to get the chart out? No, the chart's just going to be confusing, I think. Was Sylvian sacrificed too? Probably not. So the traces, it seems that if an old god leaves or dies, then their traces remain. And it seems like Sylvian and Rare left, but Grogoroth and Depths died. So what happens to an old god if they die? So you can imagine that. Let me think. What's a good way to phrase this? So the green hue. There's an old god is a pure idea in the green hue, right? So Grogoroth is the idea of death, right? And a tendril from the green hue reaches out and connects to our reality. To we're the reality of material. We're the material reality. They are the reality of ideas. And when it reaches here, the idea can shape the physical reality. And part of that shaping is creating a physical body. When that physical body is killed, then that tether sort of retracts. It retracts slowly back into the green hue. It leaves. That's an old god leaving, right? And they can do that on purpose. They can do that intentionally. But what happens with Ascension, so what we see with Ulmir and what we see with the girl, the god of fear and hunger, is the body is killed. The body of the old god is killed, but then the idea stretching from the green hue is redirected by the human soul. The human soul reshapes it. It reshapes it into a slightly different idea that is usually more human oriented. Because the ideas from the green hue don't give a shit about humanity. But, so the girl was like, oh, this god is the god of darkness and of being lost and lonely and afraid. And it's like, that kind of sucks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reshape that and give humanity that feeling to permeate them. And that's going to drive them forward. What Ulmir did was he took the god of death and he's like, okay, this idea kind of sucks. I'm going to change it into becoming the god of domination instead. I'm going to own death. I'm going to be the god that controls death. So I dominate death now. Would it be possible to kill an old god's traces that were left after their passing? Probably not, no. Traces are weird. They're kind of like echoes. They're just there and they're just fading. The traces will naturally fade over time, which is what's happening with Grogoroth. There might be a way to remove them to push them out faster, but it's nothing that we've seen before. And you probably don't want that to happen because that would create catastrophic change. Because the old gods, when they enter our reality, they reshape our reality. So Grogoroth is a great example. Death didn't exist before Grogoroth was here. Nothing died. And that death is slowly leaving. Actually, that's a bad example because sulfur controls death. Okay, so Venushka is a good example. Venushka was the god of nature, so all nature, monsters, plants, all that sort of stuff, volcanoes, fire, all that is all part of Venushka. Because Venushka's death, all that stuff in the wild is disappearing. It's slowly vanishing over time. So there's less nature. There's more human control over everything, and eventually that will all just vanish. There will be no trees. There will be no nature. There'll be no wildfires. There'll be no waves in the ocean. It'll all be gone. And yeah, so that's, I think the Logic Project is partially to be able to make new gods that control those things because it's kind of important. It's kind of important. Did they say death didn't exist before Grogroth? No, but that's the implication. Because he is destruction. He is the idea of destruction. Are we completely sure that requirements to an ascended god is a false god and a normal human's child? Yes. Well, so it's like everything in this game. It's like we don't know about things happening in the future, right? Maybe there will be an ascended god in the future that doesn't have those requirements, but every ascended god we've seen so far has had those requirements. So, anyways, to dethrone an ascended god, well, theoretically, you could kill them and then make another human to reascend. Theoretically, but we don't know. It hasn't ever been sort of elaborated on. So. Oh, do you think Dark Priests are a unified religion? Got the impression that ones you can fight and what they say on pilgrimage have different mindset to the ones who do the rituals on dungeons. Yeah, it does seem a little different, doesn't it? I think they're sort of like... I would imagine how... Even within, say, Catholicism, there's different sort of orders of monks. You know, certain monks do certain things, and they're still within... You know, they're still Catholic monks, but it's like slightly different, you know. These ones, I've forgotten all the monk names. I've forgotten them all. Sorry, but they have different ideas, different things they prioritize, even if they still have the same like higher level beliefs. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Catholic Phoenix. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Is there a god of magic like Hecate in this yet? I expect that Rare is probably partially a god of magic, but magic seems to be. Magic isn't very unified. Magic is basically any power you get from a god constitutes magic. So it's hard to have a god that is specifically a god of magic. If there would be one, it would straight up just be Ulmir, well, sulfur rather, because sulfur bridges the gap between humanity and the gods. So is Grogroth like a forest fire, making room for new organisms and letting sunlight hit the floor again? Yeah, exactly. That is exactly why Grogroth is an important part of the cycle. So. They don't elaborate where the 300 guards came from, but they're just corrupted guards. Yes, they are explicitly just regular people corrupted by the darkness of the dungeon. So, the darkness isn't like just the absence of light. It's actually a physical thing corrupting. It's, you know, the black goo you collect. That's part of it. Does a golden throne require you to sit there for a really long time? Or can you pop your bum on it and now you're a new god? No, it seems to be instant. You sit in that and then you get teleported to the void. So. I know the king of Mahab is, but who's the queen? That's a good question. Maybe that's what the god of fear and hunger was supposed to be. Was supposed to be the queen. So the Four say Ulmir failed to shepherd humans and bring about a new age of peace. Why do you think that happened? Even though he is an ascended god, because he died again. He killed himself. He left on purpose. He did leave humanity behind again because I think he wanted to re-establish worship of the old gods and then do some other stuff. Then he's like, you know what? Fuck this. I can't actually get the results I want yet. So, why is Grogroth's traces in the God of the Depths? We're not inside the God of the Depths there. We are in Rare's realm there. And the exact relation to the darkness is in terms of reality is really weird. It's really, really weird, and I don't entirely understand it. but we're not technically inside the God of the Depths there. The God of the Depths is more of a portal to the darkness. So Ulmir is taking Grogroth's destruction and repurposing it into self-purification through destroying parts of oneself that aren't pure. Yes, that's what's happening through Ulmir's rebirth. So. Oh, excuse me. The lizardmen can sit on a throne and turn to a form of new gods that look like dinosaurs, right? Are they still around or did they die off? Yes. There's still probably some in the void. There's none seen in Termina, so we'll sort of have to guess if there's any still kicking. Who knows? There's some still around by the dungeon, so there's no reason why they couldn't still be kicking around in the void, right? Regular marriage is certainly a thing in Termina. There's a corpse in a bridal dress. Yes. Is the concept of marriage still present in Termina? Like, can people still marry in that way, or do people know of it? Miro did say he was thinking about adding marriage back into Termina, but he didn't say in what context or how it would work, so who knows? There doesn't seem to be a reason why it couldn't. Sylvian is weakening, but it doesn't seem to be that weak yet. Where is Ulmir? Ulmir's body is rotting outside of Mahab, and Ulmir's soul is in the sulfur pits. Synagogue process is like distilling, purifying process. Absolutely, yes. It's a very alchemical process, yeah. If old gods are essentially concepts given form, does that mean they are technically speaking? They could be remade into a new form, again, meaning their death is rather relative? Absolutely, yes. That's exactly it, Half-Rose. That is exactly it. And that's what Ascension is. It's a human grabbing that concept and saying, hey, actually, I'm going to do it this way instead. I'm going to tweak it. Okay. Discord questions. Let me see. What's up with the inside of the depths? This is Rosa again. We were just talking about that. It's not actually the inside of the depths. It is it's the purple goo of Rare's realm from Termina. So we're not in the depths. We're in the darkness. Which seems to be related to humanity's subconscious somehow. But it's like, it's super not clear. What's this track? This track is called Unknowable, and this is a track when you fight Logic. It's a banger. Apparently Brahman Trooper marriages according to Wiki. Oh no, that's a common theory, is that they are marriages. It's not explicitly confirmed, but it is likely because they're very large and they're very strong, and apparently they have odd anatomy. So it sounds like a marriage, but it's not explicitly confirmed yet. Because they don't take off their helmets, so. Okay. Why is Venushka's face censored in his skin bubble? Why with a pine cone? Is a pine cone big reference? No, I don't think. I'll just show you guys, right? So, Venushka's skin Bible. Okay, so this is the first skin Bible you get. This is the regular skin Bible of Venushka, right? And then we get the unedited skin Bible, which is where we find out that Venushka is dead. And you can see that Venushka's face is like a pine cone there. I don't think it's censored. I think that's just what Venushka actually looked like. But, of course, old gods can apparently change their forms, so who knows, right? I don't think it's censored. I think that's just sort of like what Venushka appeared like sometimes, right? Okay. Next question. Last one by Rosa is logic stronger or equal to an older god? Okay, so to understand logic, there's actually 3 pieces of logic. There is the telelectroscopes, the tendrils that we turn on and they spread out and they suck up human information and probably human souls as well. There is Ryla, who is the monolith we fight. Ryla or the monolith. That we fight in the actual fight. So that's the person sitting in there. And then there is the artificial green hue, which is the heart of the computer. So all 3 of those things combined are logic. Now, logic itself is a separate system to the system of old gods. So the old gods, there's the old gods, there's a green hue, there's a new gods, there's Mahab. Logic is like, I'm going to make my own. I'm going to make my own with blackjack and hookers, right? So when you say logic, logic basically describes the entire system. Ryla, or the monolith, the heart, the one sitting on the throne of logic. I can pull up a picture of that if you like to, actually. Let me just grab that. This is spoilers for ending A, but at this point, right, where wait, do I not have that picture of Ryla? Where is that? Hang on. But if you're this far into the stream, you've been spoiled to hell and back anyway. Here. So this is her first form, right? That's the first form. And then we see, when we go deeper into reality, we see the second form. And you can clearly see a sort of sun-like figure sitting above the world, right? And in both of them, so you can see the man on the left and the woman on the right. That's Grogoroth and Sylvian. And in this version here, she actually has a hand of destruction and a hand of creation. It's not in this picture, but because they're separate things you can target. But yes, so she has dominion. So the idea is that Ryla is a new sun god. Yo, Paul Anthony, thank you very much. Hang on, let me...
Will Ulmer ever have a second coming in Termina 3?
That's what I expect will happen, but Mirror doesn't do what's expected, so... if we had to extend the story out, I imagine Sulfur will be coming back in Fear and Hunger 3. That's the way it seems so far. Who knows what Mirror's thinking, right? So this is an artificial sun god, is what Ryla is. So yes, logic. This entity here, Ryla, is as strong as the sun god, I would say. The logic as a whole is it's a separate system, right? It's sort of like asking, is the United States as strong as the president of China? Kinda. It's like, is one piece of the system as strong as an entire whole other system? But Ryla is basically a new sun god, so a woman president god. Not a Lane reference. Who's Ryla? Ryla is Olivia's sister, and she gets forced to sit in the throne of logic when the Eastern Union realize that the Bremen army is coming to take over pre-Hevel. So, why the hell did Rondon send Legard to die in the dungeons and pay Kahara to get him out later? He wanted to be captured on purpose. It was part of his scheme. He probably had friends there, high up, that helped him do it. Or he forced their hand. There's extra characters that are mentioned like once. Like there's a character called Selene, who is the high priestess of the dungeon, who's mentioned a single time. Who probably has something involved in it too. There's a lot of pieces missing from the first game, like minor stuff like that. But I think the higher ups in Rondon realized that they really fucked up by sending him there. Then they're like, we have to get him out right now, and nobody at the dungeon is answering our calls, so we need to send somebody in right now. And we can't send our army. We can't send our army against a dungeon because that's a really bad look. So, where is she mentioned? There, it's one of the there's a journal. I'm trying to remember whose journal it is. There's a journal somewhere that mentions, I think it's like a Captain of the Guard journal somewhere mentions a priestess, the High Priestess, whose name I'm pretty sure is Selene. So, but yes. Logic like a part of an engine. So what does a full machine look like? Well, we actually see that when you're walking in and you see the big arms stretching out. That's logic. So, okay, who's next? Where are the sulfur gods' sulfuric pits? In the real world, dream, or somewhere else entirely? They are somewhere else entirely. It's hard to picture the metaphysics, how you're supposed to picture the metaphysics of this world. You know, we've got the we had to get the chart out, don't we? Here, the chart. Here we go. Most of this is correct. The darkness is not. Ignore the darkness, but the rest of this is right. So this is our world, our reality going to the void, the green hue, and as you go higher up, it's less real and more idea, and vice versa. The darkness, where Grogoroth and the girl are, isn't on this chain. They're somewhere else, and I think the sulfuric pits are somewhere else too. And it's really hard to picture where they might be. Because it's not really clear where they are in relation to anything else. Now, the darkness seems to be another layer of reality that we see in that we call Rare's realm. So it might be along this chain. But it's hard to know, bros. It's hard. It's hard to know. So we'll see. Yo, Pabby, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Sulfur bits might be in the darkness since sulfur is said to be the subconscious part of all mu. Yeah, it might be. That's what I expect, because when we see sulfur, it's in the darkness. That's how I think it's in the darkness, but it's like, who knows? Here's Celine's mention. Oh, where is it? Did Captain Rudimir in the first game become Chrome Mauler? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's who that was. Why is there a two-headed one in the gauntlet? Because he's still transforming. Two-headed Chrome Mauler is very bugged. The way it's supposed to work is that if you don't kill the first Chrome Mauler, then Chrome Mauler squared shows up in the gauntlet. That's the way it's supposed to work, but it can show up even if you kill Chrome Mauler, so it's a bit bugged. Now, whether or not it was bugged and then Miro realized and left it in, or it is just bugged, is unclear. So we'll have to wait until we get like a big bug fix patch, which Miro said he would like to do at some point. But as it stands, it's almost certainly that's the way it's intended to be, is that there's only supposed to be one Chrome Mauler. To me, the first game's timeline does not feel right. Darcy's character intro implies she went to the dungeons as soon as the guard was captured, but he was there for at least 4 months. You're right, it does, doesn't it? That is weird. I'll have to look into that. Is it possible the void inside Rare? The environment kind of looks like moon turf. No, the void isn't. I think that's just a coincidence. The void is the last vestige of material reality before the green hue pierces through. So, which is why it looks like that. When will Fear and Hunger have a new update? Soon-ish. Miro's been working on the new update since February, I think. Hang on, let me see. The very last day of January had an update. So what's that, like, 6 months? Yeah. Miro says it's about 90% done, so we'll see. Don't hold your breath. To be frank, don't hold your breath. Criminal squared. Why is Logic building the wooden parts of Rare's realm? Because I believe Logic is trying to reorganize humanity's subconscious. Is it said the void smells like sulfur? And how much lizard folk are in there? Are they trapped or something? Is it the void that smells like sulfur? That would make sense, because that's where... That would be interesting, actually, if that would be where the sulfur god is. Sulfur god would have a lot of dominion there anyway, because he is trying to overwrite humanity's subconscious too, so... Okay, next question. Why is Logic building on Rare's realm? Oh, there we go, we just answered that. Okay, here we go. Have one sip of water, and then my body decides to burp 10 times. The Gull Maulers. So, okay, so the Gull Bros in Termina are a new form of Crow Mauler. But they're a bit different. If they were created by the influence of a god, would they be created by the influence of the god of fear and hunger, or remnants of the god of the depths? That's actually a really good question. We don't know anything about the Gull Bros. They just show up and they're angry. So we might actually be getting some Gull Bros lore in the next update, because I believe Miro said something about that. But we'll see. People keep saying the Gull Bros are coming to the regular mode too. They're going to come out of Masso, but I don't know. I haven't seen a source for that. If so, that's pretty sick. So we might actually get some Gull Bros lore and find out what their deal is. Would be sick. They aren't angry. They're just laughing at you. It is pretty funny that they smash the Hexen. So, personal preference. Question: what's your preference, Gull Bro or Crow Mauler? You can't beat the goat, can you? Crow Mauler is just like perfect. Crow Mauler's design is just nailed it. I like Gull Bros are funny, but I think they're a bit too funny. You know, I think Crow Mauler was just perfect, right? Maybe Terror and Starvation. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it's just going to come in Terror and Starvation. I think some of the gods might be demons, so the concept of a demon doesn't really exist in Fear and Hunger. Yeah, no, we were talking about that earlier. The concept of a demon basically seems to be like a fragment of a god, so I don't think there's much difference. Incredibly late, but has Mao talked about his opinion on Legard's soul being unsustainable? A little bit. I don't remember the exact dialogue it says, and to be honest, it's very confusing to me. I need to look into that more. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, for another question from Rosa. What even is the Irrational Obelisk? Okay, Irrational Obelisk. I've been talking about that recently. That's pretty fun. Oh, Thea, hang on. Let me get this. Thea, go Al Pultro. Thea go Pultro. That's a tongue twister. I'll call you Thea. Thank you very much, Thea. I appreciate it. Okay, so what even is the Irrational Obelisk? I suspect that the Irrational Obelisk is something to do with either logic, because where it appears on the map is kind of similar to where logic might be. Hang on, let me see if I have this image. From Morley Duke has image. Because I remember posting this somewhere. Where was that? Oh, sorry, just 1 second, guys. Yeah, here we go. All right. Okay, this is gonna be kind of hard to see, but that's okay. Okay, so something to keep in mind is that you guys know the Irrational Obelisk, right? The Irrational Obelisk that shows up underneath. Do I have a picture of it, actually? I'll just grab a picture of it so you guys know what I'm talking about. Irrational Obelisk. Irrational Obelisk is a fight that shows up in Fear and Hunger that you can't actually kill it. You can't actually kill the Irrational Obelisk. Hang on, it's a fucking WebP. God, I hate WebPs. Okay, so this fight shows up in Termina, right? You can't actually kill it. It doesn't actually do anything except lower your mind. You can only run away from the fight. That's all you can do. And it appears underground in a little shopping center spot, a little clothes shop. And importantly, upstairs, you can find Ryla's dress and shoes. Right? You can find her dress and shoes that are explicitly set out to remind you of Ryla. Oh yeah, you technically can kill it, but it's got it has maximum HP. It has HP, yes. So, and where it shows up, hang on, I'll show you where it shows up. Here. If you can see this, right? Hang on. Okay, so the circle in the middle of the map here is where it shows up. Now, logic is underneath the museum and to the west, very far west, in fact. Oops, sorry. So there is actually a real chance that Logic and the obelisk are in the same location. There is a real chance of that. Because you go deep underground and you keep going west when you enter the bunker. Isn't this a copyright song? No, none of these are copyright songs. Oh, Ghost Apocalypse? Oh, maybe. I hope not. Well, let's take it out just in case. No, probably not, because it hasn't pinged on any of my other ones, so. Yes, and you're right, it says she, when it's talking about, the obelisk, it says she, which is really weird. So, and something else about these shirts, right? They are the same shirts that the neighbors wear, right? The neighbors wear this shirt, and the neighbors have the weird cone-shaped heads and the tongues poking out. So what I'm thinking is that it is a kind of... It's either Logic bursting through into reality, or it's like Sulfur trying to mimic Logic. I don't know exactly. But... So what made me realize the link between Logic and the obelisk is that when you fight Logic, when you fight this form specifically, it calls it a monolith when you fight it, and monolith, another word for monolith is obelisk. So this is the logical monolith, and this is the irrational obelisk. They're opposites. They're the same, but the opposite. So they're obviously linked somehow, and especially because you see Ryla's clothes. You literally see her clothes very close by. So. Are the shadow figures in past Mahab to stylize real people or actual ghosts? I think they're ghosts. I think they're spirits of the dead, but it's never confirmed. So. Yeah, so there's definitely some link between them. So. Logic appropriated Venushka's divinity? No. Logic explicitly did not appropriate Venushka's divinity. Logic is explicitly not an ascended god, so. But yeah, so there's some weird link between the obelisk and the monolith. It's not... Irrational Obelisk is not just a random meme fight, okay? It's not. And anybody who tells you that isn't paying attention. So... Nothing in these things are just random memes. Nothing is. Nothing! Call me MatPat all you want. What about the cube? We'll get to the cube. Don't worry. We'll get to the cube. Who are the gods? Who are the old gods you can speak to for questions of Mahab? They're the new gods. They're not the old gods, no. They're the ones who sat on the throne. So when you fight Francois and Nilvan and Valtiel, etc., they are the gods you speak to in the hall. They're the ones who used to rule Mahab until Francois and party kicked them out. So, what has become Lush? You had to get rid of your own irrationality. It could be what she cast off. It actually could be. You know, that's actually a good idea. It could be the irrational obelisk is the things that she cast off, because you know you've got her clothes there, right? And that ties in with the idea of cocoons, doesn't it? You know, it's what she's taken off. And I was wondering why her clothes specifically were there. So, who is Logic? How much don't you know about Logic? Because we've kind of talked about that a lot. Irrational Obelisk is her sulfur. Interesting. What is your take on Karen's TV carriage in the mole department? Is that a doppelganger? Is it around before the festival? I don't think that's a doppelganger. I have no idea what's going on there. Like, there's like no idea. It could be, what it could be is Logic taking over the television to give us a clue as to get through there. Because Logic wants us to get to White Bunker. Logic actively wants that to happen. So she could be taking over the TV. That static noise tends to happen whenever Logic does stuff, so that's what I think. That's what I think. It's probably Logic, if I had to pick something. because it doesn't make sense for a doppelganger to do that. It's weird. So, each god have an opposite god. No. Each god has each god is associated with basically every other god on a spectrum. So you can say, oh, this god is opposite to this god, but then it's like, well, actually, they're tied to every other god in weird ways. Grogroth is opposite to Sylvain because of creation and destruction, but Grogroth was the sun god, so he's opposite to the moon god. And the moon god is opposite to Logic because, is the opposite to God of Fear and Hunger because God of Fear and Hunger is all about human ascension and Rare doesn't want people to ascend. And the God of Fear and Hunger is opposite to Logic because, it goes on and on and on and on. So it's not like every god is part of a single pair binary. It's like every god is opposite to another god in some other way. So, and Samurai in Marina's ending B, is that a doppelganger too? Good question. Samurai is really weird because she is the only person to speak after you get her soul. Everybody else dies completely and then you get her soul. Samurai, you get her soul and then she speaks afterwards. She is explicitly the only one to do that, and I don't know if that's intended or if that's just a coincidence. But Sammy is weird. Until that's explained explicitly, I don't know if we're going to get an answer for that. So, why would the reports be in the apartment murders which has nothing to do with the Logic? Because Logic knows you want to, wants you to get to her, and because she knows everything from the area, she knows that you need the effigy to get through. So. Okay. Where are we going? Irrational Obelisk. Okay, from Media Breakdown. If Allmere was an attempt to create the perfect being, and Logic was an attempt to create the perfect artificial god, how can the stakes be on par or raised for the third game? What kind of plot do you expect to see? Will Legard return yet again, no matter how many times you kill him? Legard's coming back, 100%. I don't think he's going to be as important in the next game, but I believe he will definitely come back. So we're definitely not getting like an apocalypse situation. Miro said he really doesn't like those sort of plots. Where it's like, oh, we have to do this to save the world. That's not what the plot's going to be. Honestly, it's hard to know what you could do, right? Because each game has completely added to the lore. Like in the first game's brand new, right? So of course it's going to add to the lore, and we see the birth of a brand new god. Second game, we see the birth of a whole new parallel system. It's like that's something you couldn't comprehend from the first game. You couldn't plan. You couldn't see that coming. So for the third game, it's probably going to be something else. It's something that we can't see coming, right? But what I would expect is that we will see old gods that we haven't seen before come back, and because Miro straight up teases some in Termina that we haven't seen, that like the beetle god and the god that's mentioned in the Book of Enlightenment. It isn't the god of Enlightenment because that's Venushka, but there's a god that's in the Book of Enlightenment. And we will probably see some new gods being born from Logic. The story may even take a step back and not be as big of a deal as an entire god being born, you know? It may be something a little bit lower scope, right? I mean, Beetle? No, not Beetle. Beetle was a new god. Oh, sorry. The symbol looks like a beetle. Hang on, do I have the clock? Yeah, here. Let me get the pointer out. Here we go. This one here. This symbol here looks like a beetle. And in the files, it is referred to as Turculo, who is a beetle character in one of Pocket Cat's books. But it's very important to keep in mind it is not mentioned in game. It is in the files, and so is not canon. And Miro explicitly said, in direct response to this, he explicitly said that he leaves red herrings in the files. So we can't actually call it Turculo because it's not canon whatsoever. So Is the guy trying to replace Ormir? Yes, he is trying to overcome Ormir. He almost explicitly says that in the church. He wants to be better than Ormir. He wants to do what Ormir tried to do, but actually do it right. And that seems to be what Sulfur's plan is, to make him do that by building logic and letting humanity ascend. But he didn't get there on time. He failed. Partially failed. He partially failed in that he didn't take the driver's seat, but somebody did, and that's why he's not worried. That's why he doesn't care. When you fight him, he's like, look, I'm not sitting in the pilot's seat, but that's okay. So, because the plan as a whole is still functioning, even if he's not the one driving anymore. So, headed down, said wife get to pre-heval. There's a lot of ways. I think we talked about it before, but in a nutshell, we don't know how Sulfur Cult resurrection works. Maybe she could have just been teleported there. The Sulfur Cult, being part of Ormir's cult, have access to spells that let them teleport. So, I think Pocket Cat / Dan will return. Yes, Dan Cat will 100% return. I don't think he'll get a bigger role because he's always supposed to be a side character. But I would bet serious money that Pocket Cat will appear. So, Dan Cat will appear, yeah. As long as the game is actually set after Terminator. If the game's set after Terminator, then it's definitely Dan Cat, right? But it could be a prequel, you know? Who knows? Why doesn't Rare want to talk to us? I don't think he's allowed to. It seems like he is prevented from actually doing it because his minions aren't allowed to do certain things either. They're not allowed to interfere. I believe that Pocket Cat straight up says he's not allowed to interfere when you fight him. So I believe Rare isn't allowed to interfere. So, funny how Dan is supposed to be a side character. Probably has the most fan art. He's he's like a sad boy. So everybody loves a sad boy. But why can the Tormented Ones still be summoned when the whole thing was that their time was over? You can summon. It seems like you can summon the new gods temporarily once they even once they're in the hall. It's just that it's difficult to because you don't know what summons them, and it might be the case that a lot of them don't want to be summoned, so you just can't. Does anyone survive the festival in Termina? I imagine there will be at least one person who canonically survives. As to who it would be, I would say probably Marina. Feels like probably the canon winner. But, you know, we'll probably never find out. Why is Black Caleb allowed to participate in the festival? Because he's something else entirely. We don't know exactly what he is. So, he's probably not a Sulfur Cult member. I'll just take a guess on which contestants canonically live. Which ones do you think they are? Yeah, so I think if I had to guess, I would say probably Marina survives the festival. She would get ending B. We would get no ending C, obviously. Everybody else would die except for Olivia, Abella, Osar. Yep. I think that everybody but Abella. So I think that Olivia would survive the fight with Logic. That would go down to the bunker. Abella has to go down there too because Logic is summoning Olivia to the whole point. That's why the train got sucked into the festival, because Logic is summoning them to the festival so she can kidnap Olivia. So Olivia obviously has to go down to ending A. Abella is the only one who can actually knows how to get down there because she's the only one that knows about the teleelectroscopes. So she obviously has to go with her. So sorry, bros, no moon landing girl boss Abella here. And Osar has the whole thing with Nashra to actually go down there, so he'll probably help a bit. I would imagine that Abella and Osar die on the way there because holy shit, the bunker gauntlet is insane. But then Olivia actually gets sucked into Logic, so that's what I would say if I had to pick a canon. So, but we'll see. You know, I imagine that all of these endings so far, ABC, outside of one of the characters literally showing up in Fear and Hunger 3, you know, or being briefly mentioned like Enki, unless it's explicitly told to us, none of these endings matter. Like, it doesn't matter which character does it, right? because we don't have any S endings. We're never going to get any S endings. You know, logic obviously gets turned on. The festival ends, right? And apart from that, what matters? Like literally nothing else that happens in the festival matters. So, you know. And the only reason I say Olivia gets sucked into logic is because she's the only one with a special ending for logic. So. So nothing else really matters, unfortunately. It's a bit sad that nothing else in the game actually matters other than the festival ends. So it's basically the game is effectively one big lore dump after you turn logic on. So, you know, I would like more interesting endings, to be honest. I would like something that we do in the festival, and the conversation where Legard tells you that he can't turn on logic and you had to turn him on is cut content. So right now, as it stands, there is literally no reason for the game to even happen because you don't do anything. Turning on the teleelectroscopes isn't even said to be important in the game. It's so vague that it seems like we don't actually have to do anything in Termina. You know, it's not like ending A, where ending A in the first game, right, literally would not happen without you there, right? Enki's S ending, obviously, literally wouldn't happen without Enki going to the dungeon. And all the other stuff, right? Legard wouldn't ascend without someone to go and save him. Like, what happens in Termina without the contestants rocking up? Nothing. Exactly the same stuff. So they're not important. So, sorry, a bit of a rant there. I just find that annoying. And then, yeah, Legard, in a cut content conversation, is literally cut. And of course, the GOAT no commentary enabled it to show it off, right? Because no commentary is goated. No commentary re-enabled it, and it's like Legard straight up says, "Yeah, thank you for turning on the teleelectroscopes. I couldn't do it, so thank you for turning on logic for me." And that's cut. So there's no reason for us to be there now because the only thing that explains it is cut content. Ugh. Anyway, that's probably going to be one of the things that's explained in future updates. So. What's the point then? Nothing at the moment. There's literally no reason for us to be there at the festival. So, the only thing... Actually, you know what? You know what's funny? The only thing of importance that happens is that Dan becomes Pocket Cat. That's literally the only thing of long-term importance that matters for the contestants to be there right now. So, that's it. That is literally it. Is that Dan becomes Pocket Cat. That's the only thing of far-reaching consequences that the contestants do, is Dan gets fucking owned. Oh, man. Oh. Ugh. That's funny. That's actually really funny. What feels a bit Japanese in the storytelling? The person is adjacent to the setting. They're not the main point at all. Well, usually that's not the case, actually. You know, like in JRPGs, you're always like the chosen one. You're always like super important. Dan just keeps taking L's, yeah. His only W is the biggest L in history. Does Dan retain any kind of personality or consciousness as Pocket Cat? Or does he just become an empty husk for the idea of Pocket Cat? For the most part, he would still be playing the same role. It's a different actor playing the same role, right? You know, like, think of like all the Spider-Mans, right? How there's been 3 different actors playing Spider-Man. They're still the same Spider-Man, it's still the same character, but each one plays it a little differently, right? So, the Dan Cat will most likely not be that interested in kids. In fact, I doubt he would be interested in kids at all. But he would be very interested in cutting people up and dismembering them. I mean, we literally see him do that in the fight, right? So he will still be like charismatic and charming and funny and have a creepy laugh and touch himself, but he won't be touching himself to the thought of children anymore, which is all in all probably a good thing, I think. Was Logic a forced ascension? Logic is not an ascension, no. Salmon snake, the product of a dungeon or naturally occurring species in Fear and Hunger. If it was, be a baby salamander or more like an axolotl. I think that the salmon snake is actually a lizard new god because the word for salmon snake in Finnish is something like dragon. It's some sort of dragon. So, and the dragons we know are lizardmen new gods. So, it's probably an old lizard new god. So. What do you think the story will go through as playing as Caligura, Tanaka, August? Tanaka's going to get a bunch of scenes where he gets fucking owned, which is hilarious. I don't think we're going to get Caligura and August, to be honest, at this point. I'd be surprised. We'll see. Caligura will probably just be like a forced hard mode where you can't recruit anybody. And August will probably have bonus areas where you run along the rooftops, would be sick. Dragon is a weird lizard new god. Almost certainly, yeah. It's not confirmed, but I believe it's heavily suggested. Heavily suggested. Is Sulfur against logic or supportive of her? I believe Sulfur is supportive of logic, yeah. I believe logic is part of Sulfur's plan, yeah. Okay. From Legard, the serious sexy one. Did none of the people in the dungeons not question why there was a girl in a cage? Because the girl in the cage... So this ties in with the theory that the god of the depths wanted to die so that the god of fear and hunger could ascend. Because it doesn't make sense for the guards who are controlled by... controlled by the god of the depths, or mutated by the god of the depths at least, to ignore just a girl in a cage there. Like, why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. They're not above committing atrocious acts, and like it doesn't make any sense that they would just leave her alone, right? But they do, and it's probably because the god of the depths wanted her alive. And one more question: do you think Rag's bloodline have done for 300 years? Something from him to August. Oh, what have they done? They've been killing monsters and training to kill the Kaiser. That didn't turn out very well. They did it. They didn't kill a lot of monsters though. They didn't scratch Kaiser, which is funny. Why would Sulfur Cult guard the tunnels? Good question. Oh, I know the answer to that. Because they didn't want Kaiser to sit in the throne because they knew Kaiser wants to take over the role of Sulfur, whereas Ryla is much more easily manipulated by Sulfur, being a radiant one. That's why they didn't want. That's why they didn't want Kaiser there. So, gameplay wise, so from Drenavar. Gameplay wise, what do you think would be a fun mechanic to add into Funga 3? Difficulty wise, and also just in German, like pet pinecone pig skill. Oh, okay. I was actually thinking about this. In Termina, it didn't actually add that many mechanics, did it? Like it added walking sideways and it added the sprint, which was added later actually. But in the base game, I guess it added Spice Forge, which is actually pretty sick. It added a whole bunch of new skills, most of which people have described Termina as a massive DLC for the first game, and for the most part, it actually seems like that. Where there isn't really any massive, important gameplay changes. There's nothing that you can do in Termina that you couldn't really do in the first game, right? Rev is a big deal, but it's not like huge, is it? You know? And honestly, you can just ignore Rev. Day mechanics? Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right there, aren't you? It did add day mechanics, didn't it? Okay, so we have Rev, we have day mechanics, we have walking diagonally, walking and interacting diagonally. We have the sprint. Let me write this down actually. Do I have text I can use? I'll just write it down. That's fine. Okay, so sprint, which is actually a fantastic addition. Day cycle. Rev, diagonals. What else was added? Mechanically, what else was added? Not crafting. I guess it just adding extra trinket slots doesn't count. Spice Forge. Spice Forge. Let me see. Anything else? Crafting mechanics? No. Ritual circles causing world changes. Oh, yes. Ritual circles, which is a pretty fantastic. I really like that mechanic. Ritual circles. Crafting some weapons. You can craft. Pretty sure you can craft weapons in the first game, can't you? Crafting. Even if you can't, crafting is like just they had a crafting stuff. So, hey Santina, how you doing? Good night, Hashwell. Thanks for coming in. New fast travel mechanic. Golden gates. That's part of ritual circles. The map? Yes, the map. That counts. Okay. Yeah, so that is a few things. Guns and improvement of bows. Guns are basically just better bows. I wouldn't say that's like a brand new mechanic, right? Non-random maps. They technically had non-random maps in the first game too. Once you get down to the bottom. How do people even go through their day-to-day lives knowing literal gods exist? Well, a lot of people just deny that gods exist, like Karen. But other people just try to behave in a way that the gods would find pleasing. You probably do this already. A lot of people behave in a way that they think other people find pleasing. So, engrave. Yeah, you know what? That would count. Fishing, yes, fishing is coming. So we'll count fishing. That's going to be added soon. So, Termina added lucky coins. Weren't lucky coins in the first game though? Alternative zones? What do you mean? Guns are unique with a chance to dismember or kill foes. Well, dismembering things outside of combat is already a mechanic in the first game with traps, and killing things, have a chance to kill things quickly is also a mechanic too, because you can get that skill lets you have a chance to kill things instantly with a single arrow. Ouija board. Oh, Ouija board was sick. I wish that had actually. Let's use the proper name there. The talking board, so we don't get sued, right? I wish there was more stuff for the talking board. That was sick. Lucky coins are added retroactively. Still, if it's in the first game at all, we won't count it. Elevator. Oh, well, sorry, wheelchair. Yes, wheelchair was actually a pretty fantastic mechanic, wasn't it? Fish fear me shirt. I asked Miro for a fish fear me hat because they added fishing, so we might actually get that, which would be really funny. Party talk. No, that's an improvement of things that happened in the first game. It's just a smoothed out version because you can talk to people individually, and sometimes it triggers multiple party talks anyway. So it's just an easier version of it. So, moon scorching? No, that doesn't count. Okay, so we have a few things actually. Yeah. So sprint, day cycle, rev, diagonal, spice forge, ritual circles, map, engrave, fishing, talking board, and wheelchair. Moon scorching doesn't count. It's just dying on the spot. Able to restore limbs without marriage? We'll say that's part of ritual circles, I think. What I'm saying is you can't talk to multiple people simultaneously. No, but it's just the same thing with fewer button presses, right? Nashra have any chance of coming back? Oh, Nashra's coming back in some form, absolutely, in Funga 3, so. Real cool to use the wheelchair with every character after losing both legs. I was kind of hoping that would happen, but that would be an insane amount of art for Miro to do, and I think that's why he hasn't done it. That would actually be a ridiculous amount of art to do, so I can understand why he doesn't do it. Oh, okay, that's good. So yeah, that's a lot. I guess for the third game, it would depend on what the actual game is set, right? You know, I would like, if it's set in like a more modern times, I could understand like some more technology. So like, you know, maybe like a, I don't know. Give him a phone. Give him a phone. Yeah, there you go. His phone and download apps. And then you can chat to people no matter where they are. Just reading books that give you affinity. Books gave you affinity in the first game and they took that out? That's ridiculous. We lost special soul stones. That's true. To be fair though, in return, I think there's a lot more trinkets in Termina, even considering the soul stones. So There's baby mode in Fear and Hunger 3, how would it be called? Probably just easier mode again. That's a great name for it, I think. It would be sick to bring back special soul stones for Termina. I would love that. I love the idea of the boss souls. I think that's such a cool system. Haven't seen Affinity books mentioned. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Was it actually in the first game? Lucky coins from Termina first, Lucky coins are added to one afterwards. Yeah, but the point is that, like, what is in Termina that isn't in the first game? So Printing 3 having social media feels something like would be just right. Well, the whole point of logic is to connect to other people. It straight up says that logic will be friends in your walls, so. Hey, Big Smeal. First time watching live, been drowning your content later. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm working on some more fun stuff. I hope you guys enjoy. So, add a pre-Heebles map. Yeah, we said that. Platoon Soul. God, can you imagine Platoon Soul? What would that even do? Chance to instantly kill. Chance to instantly kill whatever you're hitting. Be interesting mechanic for a future game if the player can split up the party and contact their party members through phones. It'd be interesting, yeah. Save limit. I think that's just part of ritual circles. So yeah, because there's a lot of things that are countered by ritual circles. So can't wait to rip the vape in Funga 3 to restore mine. Yeah, you don't have a pipe. You don't have a pipe. You have a vape, and you get different vape cartridges. Yeah, bro, give me the watermelon vape restores 30 mine, and the peppermint vape restores 80. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's awful. I think this game could be ported to Switch. Probably not. The issue with that would be Miro has always said that means the game would have to be 100% finished before it could be ported, and he doesn't ever like thinking of these games as being finished. So I don't know if that's ever gonna happen. Mango vape pod for 125 mine. Fear not gonna have Heelys. Oh man. Okay. Puncone pig breakdown. What do you mean? Like what items you can find? Got the blunts. Nintendo would just not allow Funga on their platform. They have more risque games lately, but yeah, it might be a bit extreme, hey? You can use sigils to block foes. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's that foe blocking too. When asked with the Bella on day one, all can tell the player has 2 children waiting for him at home. Maybe we'll have another Ragnarsson in Funga 3. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, another dog shit skill tree that nobody uses and actually actively makes the game worse. Yes, please. Please, Miro, please give me another tormented skill tree that I will never use ever. Fix it. I'm getting a bit excited here, I think. Is Sisu a good skill? No. It's not. He doesn't have any good skills. He just doesn't. So. Our skill tree is different. We need to have multiple affinity or certain skills. Yeah. Yeah, tormented indeed. God, what dog shit skill tree is. Sorry, they're just shit. And August is better than Ragnvald's, but it still sucks. Is it the worst though? I wonder. Hang on, let me have a look at the skills. Okay. Dan's skills. No, Dan's is goated because he has analyzed. Abella's is goated simply because of weaponcraft. Osar's goated because of macabre. Olivia's goated because of toxicology. And other things too, right? But just because of that. Karen's is solid. Not goated, but solid. Pav's is When On Guard is fixed, Path will be better, but at the moment it's okay. Marco's is pretty fucking good. Levi's is bad. Okay. Marina's really good. Not quite goated, but really good. Samari's very good if you're doing magic. Tanaka's is good for the agility. Henrik's is pretty bad, actually. And now that I think about it, Henrik's is pretty bad. Slow metabolism to slow your hunger timer, useless. Melee proficiency, utterly useless. Master Chef is okay, but overkill. You never need Master Chef. Never need it. Caligula's is pretty bad, actually. Steel is useful in like 2 circumstances, and that's to get another bench grinder and to get some gunpowder. Other than that, it's kind of useless. But they are actually usable. Unlike Augusts, which aren't actually usable. Warcry, useless. Bloodlust, useless. Devour, useless. Sisu, I've just refused to use it. I should give it a go. You know what? I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a playthrough where I just use August skills. I'm going to I might have to mod it so I can start with August skills, right? So and so we can just pretend we're August for the entire time. And we'll give it a go. Because surely it can't be as bad as it looks, right? It's still better than Ragnvald's skill tree from the first game, but it's bad. If August's soul lacks some abilities, as we can see him using glowing green alloys that hit hard and left Osar almost down in the bunker, also parkour. Parkour is not going to be a skill that you can be able to buy, like how Marco's fist can punch. There's some things that you just don't get, which is annoying. And the glowing green arrows are technology, they're not a skill, so. Do you look for refuge onto the soul stone? That's a good question. Didn't know, actually. Yeah, it looks like August's skill tree might actually be the worst in the game again. But Dead by Daylight had a collab with Fungo. We could see realistic contestants of party members as well. Yeah, that'd be sick. Hey, Ash Ketchum, thank you very much for the 2. Appreciate it.
August's great-grandkids use hoverboards in Funga 3.
That would be actually sick, wouldn't it? Hoverboards. Electric hoverboards and electric cars. Yeah, let's go. Oh, okay, let's take a short break. I think my mind is losing a bit of track here, so I'm going to take a short break and we'll come back and we'll keep going through these questions. We have a few left. Okay, BRB, and we'll come back. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's start smashing out these questions. Okay. Where are we up to? Where are we up to? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so by Joe Carnes, the god symbols are used as measurement of time, but they're looked to be symbols of unaccounted for gods. Would it be possible that the new gods who left their mark in the grand timeline or more old/ascended gods we just haven't seen yet? So that's referring to the clock. Let me just grab the clock again. Where did I put the clock? Here's a close-up. Don't mind that circle. But as you can see, right, well, actually, there's that circled one, which isn't a god we know of, and then there's the headless star, which I suspect is the sun god, but it might not be. And then we have the weird beetle symbol down the bottom there. So there's at least 3 gods, which aren't explicitly confirmed, and 2 that I'm pretty confident that's the sun god. But so there's 2 that we have like no hints, just no hints about who it is. And it is said explicitly in the first game that there are countless old gods, distinct from the new gods. Now, the person who said that may have been confused as to what constitutes an old god and a new god because of how the Fellowship changed what people thought. But we do know that there are other old gods that we don't know about yet. So there's probably some more old gods that can come back and we can see them. Next question. And they could be ascended gods too. You know, they could have been old ascended gods that just left as well. So, So by Catholic Phoenix, we know that Caligura would be the contestant most likely to join the cult of sulfur given the chance. What other candidates would be likely to take the opportunity? Would Henrik take it considering he went mad and tried to poison everybody? Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar, there is in ending B, when you go up and fight Percolate and you punch Rare in the face, if you do it fast enough, if you have enough bloodlust and kill everybody by day 2, then you will instead be invited to join the cult of sulfur. And so Catholic Phoenix is asking, well, who's most likely to do that? Well, yeah, Henrik's a good choice, actually. Caligura, obviously, he's a freebie, right? I think that Pav might. If Pav wasn't obsessed with trying to find the Kaiser and doesn't just get fucking owned, I think there's a good chance he could. Dan, I think, could. I think Dan could give in and do it if he realized the truth about what's happening soon enough. I think he could. I think he would do it to get more information about what happened to his wife, because that's all he wants to know is what happened to his wife, right? Yeah. The rest of them probably not, because you do have to be pretty bloodthirsty to kill 14 people you haven't met before, right? I think Osar might choose it depending on his reasoning. That's a good point. Yeah, Osar, if Osar decided for that to be his goal, he wouldn't have any problems doing it, would he? Like, Osar would just do it. But his goal seems to be to get to the bunker. So I don't think that would happen. Tanaka and August? Really? You reckon? I don't think August would want to, and I don't think Tanaka and August would want to, would they? Oh, the circle at the start of the first game. Yeah. It's the God of the Depth circle, and it also has the symbol of the headless star in there too, which I think is the sun god. So, can one of the blank spaces in the clock be attributed to the god of fear and hunger? It's not really clear why that's missing, so we don't know. We really don't know, so it's weird. Levi might. Levi's too much of a wimp. When he gets into a fight, he just cries and gets beaten to death. Like, he fights Caligura and then just gets owned instantly, so. And the clock is older. That's what it seems. It seems like the clock is older than the God of Fear and Hunger, but, because the God of Fear and Hunger was born in mid 1500s, and grandfather clocks were invented in the 1500s too, so it could have been just beforehand. But that clock's fucked up. It's messed up, bros. I'm sick of the clock. I'm legitimately sick of the clock. There's no answers. No answers in the clock. It's just confusing. Anyway, okay. How likely is it for anyone that saved in ending A? How it's likely be for anyone that's saved in ending A? Oh, so like who's sorry? This is by Ikix. Yeah, I think that it's likely that Olivia, Abella, and Osar went and got ending A. Maybe Pav when he becomes recruitable, and obviously August probably went down there too, but he gets fucking owned instantly. Yeah, so it's likely those guys went down there. So typical clock hater. What do you think is the tastiest thing you can find in the dungeons? Well, you can like make straight up pies and stuff. Pies are delicious. So Discord is convinced all the answers stem from the clock. It's a mystery. It's the most obvious mystery in the game, and I think that's why everybody's attracted to it. I am too, but I'm sort of just over it, right? Will we ever understand the Rhea cult and their understanding of Rhea, or at least dissect Pocket Cat? Oh, Rhea. Okay, so this question's from Boomer Nana. Will we ever understand the Rhea cult and their understanding of Rhea, or at least dissect Pocket Cat? Probably not, no. Rhea is such a mysterious god, and it stands to reason that his cult is pretty mysterious too, so we don't even... The only people who seem to be actual members of Rhea's cult is the singing woman, maybe the partygoers in the museum, because of the whole deal with masks, and maybe the owl cultists. And the owl cultist might even be Venushka. Venushka cultist too, so. We don't even know who the cultists are. So I don't even know if we're going to find out anything about them. So Pocket Cat isn't a cultist, he's a minion, which is a bit different. Cultists are like explicitly humans. We will probably find out a little bit more about Pocket Cat, but there's lots of hints here about how he's a living story. Like how, Skin Granny is a living story. And the, what are they called again? Rontios are a living story. And Pinecone Pig is a living story. So Pocket Cat is most certainly a living story as well. Okay, what's next? From Neo Tokyo's 41st Heretic. Where's the chances of ending A and C being canon, making Fungo 3 into a futuristic cyberpunk horror where Sulfur and Machine God get their place in whatever cybernetic equivalent of Hexen would be? So ending B and C doesn't actually matter. Like I was saying before, all that matters from Termina is that logic is turned on, and as it stands at the moment, it's not even canon that we needed to be there to turn it on. Because that's cut content, that when somebody says that. So basically the only thing that's going to matter is that logic is now turned on. Sulfur is slowly awakening, but what the actions we take during Termina, during the game, don't seem to have any impact on what Sulfur's doing whatsoever. Like nothing. Absolutely nothing to do with Sulfur. So, yeah. Whatever happens, happens. So endings B and C literally don't matter. Like, just do not matter. Ending A might matter if we get that cut content added back in, it'll matter. But as it stands, nothing we do matters. So endings A, B, or C, don't worry, bros. Just don't play Termina. In fact, just don't bother. Think Nashara come back? 100%. I would bet money on Nashara coming back. Oh, okay. This question is from Kahara the Blueberry Boy 69420. What a delightful name. After Fear and Hunger, what are the games you'll focus your channel on? Oh, It's a more than law question. Well, Blasphemous, I'm very excited about the lore for Blasphemous. I just want to finish the game first. And after that, we'll see. We'll have a look. We'll see what other games there are, right? I have other ideas for different videos that aren't strictly lore. That's one of the things I'll be working on soon, and that'll be interesting, I think. But we're here to talk about Fear and Hunger lore, aren't we? Okay, so a question from Rosa. How did Rylar manage to take logic from Legard? Well, Legard wasn't there. Okay, so the logic project was being built in Preheval, and it was being built by the Eastern Union. Legard fucked off to go and take over Bremen as the Kaiser. And then Eastern Union, what I think happened is the Eastern Union realized what Legard wanted to do. And then they were Eastern sanctuaries at this point. And then the Eastern sanctuaries, so like the Middle East and China, I believe the Eastern sanctuaries are. Then the Eastern sanctuaries were like, you know what? Fuck this. And then they joined forces with Verona and became Eastern Union. And then Kaiser was like, hey, give me back logic. And then started World War II for logic. The Eastern Union troops in White Bunker realized they were going to lose. And so they shoved Rylar in there. They were like, you take it. Don't let Legard in. Put her in. So it was just the fact that he made mistakes and left and didn't just camp there. So what's the deal with the Avella secret organization? The NLU, Nameless Liberty Underground. That is hate war, basically. They're not particularly deep. They just hate war. Oh, okay. Stormbringer. My lore question. In Funga 1 ending B, Grogroth shows you the true form of humanity or something along those lines. What do you think this means exactly? What eldritch truth underlies the existence of humans in Funga? He doesn't actually show you the true form of humanity. Let's pull that up, actually, because this is a common misconception. He doesn't show you that. And Hunger ending B. Let's pull that up, and we'll take a look. See. Let's look at No Commentary. Always has good videos. Let's watch No Commentary video. Okay. I'll pull this up on stream in 1 second, and we'll watch this. Will Rare be in Fear and Hunger 3? Probably in the background. He won't play a major role, that's for sure. Because he didn't play a major role in the first game either, but he was still there in the background. And that's what I expect will happen in Funga 3 as well. He'll probably just be around, but not that important. It's funny, in his own game, in Rare's own game, he's not even that important. Poor boy. Poor guy. How likely is it that the Bremen Elite Troopers are Marauders underneath their armor? I wouldn't bet money on it, but I'd say higher than 50%. Just pause this. And of course, this is from our good friend No Commentary, so make sure to go give No Commentary some love. Oops, too far. Here we go. Oh, loud. Speed this up a bit. Let's turn this down. That's really loud, actually, isn't it? Funga will still be in 3? Absolutely. It'll be pretty hard for Funga to not be in 3, I think. Okay, so why do you resist human? Why do you resist human? You crush I am nothing but a shell, a fraction of the traces that is left of Groguroth. Yet, even I could crush you in this very moment. To become a true god, that's not happening. To become a god. We have given you the option. We have given mankind the option. But it was not enough for you. You wanted to delve deeper. Knowledge. Very well. However, with knowledge comes the consequences. The older gods, they do not even exist in this world anymore. The old gods are too pure for this world. They are the true forms of the feelings and ideas that linger in men. Oh yeah, Groguroth is like an order of magnitude higher than Nashra. Nashra can't scratch him at all. But humans, they are too tainted by their own mind and ambition to understand purity. Think of the perfect shape of fear and destruction. Now take a look at the world you delve. Do you see that shape? The shape could never exist among men. The shape varies between every human. If you could truly see the shape everyone shares, it would shatter the individual mind and existence. Termina, if I had to pick. Humans are weak. They're both excellent games, though. I can reveal the true form, glimpses of it. So you can see it. It's sort of phrased a little oddly, because he says, "I can reveal the true form." After he's talking about humanity, he's like, "I can reveal the true form." So that's why some people think he's talking about the true form of humanity. That's not what he's talking about, though. He's talking about the true form of destruction, which is what he referred to a little earlier. He says around here somewhere, like, imagine the true shape of fear and destruction, right? That's what he's talking about. He doesn't mean the true form of humanity. But yeah, so that's not what he's talking about. Okay. That's a common misconception I've seen a lot. The wording is a little ambiguous there, but yeah. Okay, what was next? Blah, 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 blah. How lucky do you think is that Fear and Hunger 3 will largely be based on the plot of the hit 2001 movie Shrek? If I had to give a percentage, I would say at least 100%. Yeah, I'm actually going to bet all of my life saving on it. So, thank you for entertaining hours of solid lore. I feel like I'm watching Goodfellas over again. Just dudes chatting. You think Marina's father has any ties to the Bremen army and Kaiser, since his death animation is the same as Legard? There is some connection between Legard and the priests, and it's kind of weird. I don't think there's anything explicit said in game, and so it's hard to tell exactly what. But they're definitely linked, because the church was rebuilt. I think it's like 30 or 40 years before the game, and it features Legard in the prime. Stained glass window, so he probably knows them. Yeah, he probably taught them that spell. So, a pressing question that hasn't been answered. What's the lore reason for Pat being so sexy? Because he's a bad boy that doesn't put up with anyone's rules. You get to the endings of Blasphemous? No, there's still one left. I need the true ending. Legard is in the church? Yes, he is in the stained glass window. Do I still have that here? Yeah. He's in the center part of the stained glass window. We talked about it earlier, so I won't go over it again. But what's written on your forehead? Sinner! I am a sinner. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. In Fear and Hunger 2, before the events of the game, a man outside the gate in the village says the Bremen soldiers had their own Termina festival. So what happened? Did anyone win? Okay, so there's actually been 3 festivals back to back by the time we get to the game. Okay, so there is the first festival, which is citizens of Preheval. Immediately after that, the Bremen army rolls in, and then they get festivaled. And then after that, the train comes in, and then the contestants get festivaled, right? There was probably no winner of any of those festivals, because Percolate will try and kill the winner, basically. And so there probably hasn't been a winner of a festival for a very long time. It's not clear if Percolate wants to kill every winner or just you. And it's not clear if you have to kill Percolate to win the festival or if you just get sulfured immediately after that anyway. There's a lot we don't really know for sure, so there probably wasn't a winner. And if there was, it doesn't really impact the game anyway. So, but yes, there were 3 festivals back to back. The town of Preheval has been in the festival for, I think it's about 3 or 4 weeks, they say. So, why are people so confident Enki is immortal? Because he specifically mentions the Industrial Age, which was hundreds of years after the dungeon. So, feels like Percolate killed the winner of the festival to keep traces in place. Could be. I think he just likes Bloodlust. What's the deal with the Blood Gold Brothers? Good question. Maybe we'll find out more in the next update. So, think they'll have Fortnite in Fear and Hunger 3? Yes, actually. Fear and Hunger 3 is actually made in Fortnite's editor. So, kind of read it as Percolate cheating with the only ones who can take him out. No, he's not cheating because the game's over by then. By the time you reach Percolate, the game's over. So it's not really cheating at that point. Stitches and Needles were the winners? No, they didn't participate in the festival. They became sulfur-cultists outside the festival, so it's special. Why does the festival end when logic is turned on? Well, it's not explicitly said, but it's hinted that, in cut content, it's hinted that that logic takes over Rare and ends the festival by force. But it could also be that logic is taking over the subconscious of all the humans in the area and short-circuiting the power supply of the festival, so... The soldier you can resurrect as a ghoul survived 10 minutes at this point. It's implied the Sylvian trooper took part in it as well. No, the people in the bunker are a little bit different. They could have, actually. You know what? They could have. You know, we don't really know exactly how they could have gone to the festival and then gone in there when Legard did, so. Anything known about the man in Rare's room? Like, literally nothing is known about that guy. The guy in there is just absolutely non-present, especially the guy that's invisible too. There's a fucking invisible guy in there too. And we know, like, negative about those guys. I think Rare is paying attention to the Preheval because of the weight of destiny from the birth of logic. It could be. Rare seems to know more about what's going on than anybody else, so... Are you going to stream some gameplay, my boy? Not today. No. Read the title, bro. Not today. Usually I do. You think Sylvian Skulltree and Fear and Hunger will include OnlyFans? Are there any settlements nearby the dungeons of Fear and Hunger? No, not really. You would probably not want to. Funnily, one of the very original ideas for the game was that you would be able to, there would be a town outside of the dungeon and you would be able to visit the town and like go in and out of the dungeons. That was cut really early. That idea wasn't actually implemented like at all. So that was a really early idea for the game, which is pretty interesting. No Tristram, no, unfortunately. Okay, another question from Rosa. This is as much as a question as a theory. I don't think Francois is a Spanish conquistador. I think he's based on Don Quixote, who is extremely punished. Blah, 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 blah. We know Don Quixote. It could be. But there is still that idea of the domination and spreading out as a conqueror, so it could be both. Hey, Sikasitso, thank you very much for a membership. Really appreciate it. Kakanari, 2002. If cultist followers of the gods can take on the features of a god, do you think an ideal follower of each god, or what do you think it would look like? So the Black Witch is a good example of what an ideal follower of Grogroth would look like. An ideal follower of Sylvian is a Hydra, basically. It literally is a Hydra. That's sort of ideal for Sylvian, a perfect merger and just constant undulating flesh. That sounds very Sylvian, right? As for Rare, who knows? Venushka, yeah, again, who knows? It's sort of hard to know. We don't know a lot of the mechanics of this stuff, so. And is it possible for new gods to have followers? Not in that respect, no. No, new gods don't bend reality like the old gods do, so they can't have those sort of monstrous followers, so. Fear and Hunger, why did Nosramus not ascend like the others in the Fellowship? Nosramus realized that the throne was a trap and wanted to find a different way around it, and they did. Which old god main stage in Fear and Hunger 3 do you think? Sulfur probably. I reckon Sulfur will be, because the first game was Depths. This game is Rare. I would say probably Sulfur. It could be anyone really, though. You know. Is the general consensus that new gods can never truly die per se, or rather their deaths are just a rule coming to an end before they join the hall? Yeah, it's that. It's that it's sort of their death and their rule coming to an end is the same thing. In this game, there's a lot of things that are both metaphorical and literal at the same time. That's just the nature of this game, so it can be a bit confusing talking about it. But yeah, it's basically the same thing. So, perhaps for Venushka, the Icky Torso is the ideal follower. Yeah. It's not clear whether that's a person, though, like a person transformed, or a monster, so it's a bit different. Hey, Ichihara, thank you very much for the membership. Really appreciate it. It could be that the hairy men that you see in the secret area could be a human follower. So, how's being a new god a trap? Well, because multiple ways, right? Because their power fades, and so there's no lasting change to humanity from a new god. It always fades over time. It's a dead end as well, because you can't ascend further from it. This is before people realize that you need a new god to be making ascended god, right? But it's also a trap in the Legardian sense, which I think is this going to be the first time anybody else has said the word Legardian? In the Legardian sense, where it relies on the power of the old gods, so no matter what you do, it's never truly human. It's always based on the power structures defined by the old gods. Now, that's why Legard has made logic. He said, fuck that system, I'm making something new. I'm making something completely new. So, it's a trap on multiple levels. So, thought of those critters as some sort of forest spirit. We don't know much about the hairy men, so they could be, right? Oh yeah, the hairy men, they show up in a secret spot in the forest. They look like the owl cultists, except they're completely naked and they're covered in fur. So, mouth dropping new academic language. It's always based. Kahara a top girl if in the party in his ascending? Probably not. No. Maybe. Can he do that? No. Yeah, you can't do that in game, but in game we don't know how canon it is. It's a mess. I'd say no. Maybe. Elder Gusto. Okay. Is there anything that contradicts the idea that Kahara is a skeleton in leather armor that Osar can find in this intro in the dungeon? Corpse that has the same armor and it looks like it got crushed by debris trying to leave through the dungeon side entrance. There's nothing that contradicts it. Other than the fact it's probably Kahara that took the girl down to the dungeon. It could be, but it would be odd for that to be his backstory, wouldn't it? Because the dungeon isn't collapsing when you're playing, and when you get his S ending or doing the endings, it's not collapsing, so it's unlikely. And there are other leather armors you can find in the dungeon. And that'd be kind of lame, I think. It'd be funny if it was, but it'd be kind of lame. What happens if we newt Mahar? Now that's an idea. I have a theory. Depths, Moon, and humanity, or their gods, could be, I don't know how to phrase it, but below, middle, and over. Could be. I understand what you mean. The gods all do seem to be distinctly above, though. So like Depths and the Moon and stuff like that. So more speculation than a question. Do you think Vinland could be the next game setting? Probably not. Miro has said that it's unlikely for Vinland to be the next setting because an integral part of the games is always some sort of ancient human ruins. Now, there are ruins in Vinland, but we don't know what they are. But Miro has straight up said that in response to someone asking if Vinland would be the next game. So I wouldn't count on it. I doubt it. Not impossible, right? You know, Miro does whatever the fuck he wants, right? But I wouldn't count on it. Blah, 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 blah. In the lore, they talk about Mahar being built in a nexus between the many planes of existence, but the thing community is obsessed with saying it's the real world and the void. Does it mean the city could have some sort of weird inhabitants from elsewhere? Yeah, it is sort of a nexus between different planes of reality, but I think it's more like a sort of like a scale between the material world and the world of pure ideas is what I've always sort of pictured it as. Cold medicine. Any indentation was what's up with that big hole in the forest seems related to the owl peeps and whatever those odd beast-headed dudes are. The odd beast-headed dudes, funnily enough, these are the hairy men. But at least otherwise ambiguous. Yes, I believe all those pits in the forest are the remains of ancient sacrifice pits. Now we see those same sacrifice pits underneath the church, and we find out that they are actually blood pits. And now, of course, we know blood pits and blood is Grogroth, and Grogroth is the sun god, and the sun god is sulfur. So, it suggests that worship in Pre-Heval, they used to worship sulfur back in the day, which makes sense because they are, the astrology city. And towers are representative of reaching up to the heavens. But yeah, that's what I think. I think it's ancient sulfur worship. So. The ideal setting for Fear and Hunger 3, I think a modern setting would be sick. Ideal setting, it's so hard to pick. Could you have predicted World War II Fear and Hunger before it came out? I don't think you could predict that. I think modern would be great because it would really tap into logic. So, tomato soup pit. Elder Gusto, do you think new gods get weaker every time they're killed, and that is part of why they weaken with age? No, I think they just get weaker with age. It also does seem to be a bit of a mental element as well. They usually get weaker mentally, and they sort of decide to retire as well, and that's why they do it. Because usually whenever they're killed, someone else becomes a new god, and then they take over, right? But it doesn't seem to be... That's just usually what happens, because you've got Nashra, who is still super strong. He's still super strong, but he's technically been killed, so it's not always the case, right? Goat Apocalypse. Why are the gods so specific on what circle you use? I believe that ties back into how magic works. That you require certain mindsets to do certain things. So you're simply in the wrong mindset when you use the wrong circle. And to use the right circle, that's why it's a perfection circle. You're imagining perfection. You're trying to get your mind into a perfected state in order to communicate with Ulmir or God of Fear and Hunger. Blah, 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 blah. Zensi Hunter 32. What do you think about the horse mask? Who do you think the horse mask belong to? I actually talk about this in my lore videos. They are sun god. The horse is related to the sun god. Specifically, the oldest drawing of Jesus is him with a horse's head. Crucified with a horse's head. It was made to make fun of Christian believers. That's the oldest known drawing we have of Jesus, which is actually hilarious. So yeah. And we see the horse head statue and other things. I talk about it more in the videos, right? Grimbo, you mentioned in one of your streams your theory of the canon ending of Termina. Can you elaborate on why you think the things will be the way they are? Well, we sort of talked about this, how none of what you do actually matters at the moment. So, yeah, we talked about that. Augusto, do you think that the disbelief in superstition, magic, and monsters is coincidentally just faded by the time of Termina, or do you think it was suppressed by propaganda from, say, Legard and or government religions? I think it's mostly because, for two reasons. Because of human domination spreading out, because nature is dying, and most monsters seem to come from nature, but also the rest of the old gods is leaving. So their presence is less felt, so their monsters are just leaving, so. And you've got active campaigns of eradication, like by Ragnvalder, who specifically set out to slaughter monsters. On top of them fading. So I don't think it's like a conspiracy by like Legard or the church or someone like that. I think it's just sort of a natural process. Plus, Ragnvalder getting really, really mad and going Doomslayer. Okay, so I'm from Vince. Can we assume that the ending D, a new god ending from the first game, that the new guy standing in front of you is supposed to be a copy of you, like the doppelganger in Fear and Hunger Termina? No, they're not doppelgangers. And that's obviously not what you meant, but just to be specific, they're not doppelgangers. They are your ascended self. So you could probably think of them as closer to like your soul that has been purified and improved by the green hue. It is a separate entity to you, which is bizarre. Because Legard specifically mentions leaving himself behind and talking about a separate entity in the void. But yeah, they're a separate entity. It's weird. Hey, Red Boy, how you doing? What's up, man? Wanted to let you know you're one of the main reasons I actually played to get S endings in Fear and Hunger. Wow, I'm glad. I'm glad I can inflict that on more people. Normally seem really ignorant, even though archaeologists and historians would have known about magic, as do higher-ups in the church. Yeah, it is weird. I think that just magic is just not a day-to-day thing anymore. Because the old gods are fading, a lot less people have access to that magic. And Olmir's magic itself is particularly weak compared to other ones anyway. And that's what most people sort of worship Olmir, right? Even by the first game, Olmir's magic was hidden. Like, his magic, transmutation and phase step and walk on water are all hidden miracles. Yeah, so even by the time of Terminator, it's like, what does he have? You know, plus defense. Inverse Crown of Thorns, which you're not going to be doing a lot. And Blood Sword. Like, okay, you're not going to use that much either. So there's not much cause to use Olmir's magic, and the other gods don't have a bigger presence anyway. Like their cults are tiny now. They were tiny in the first game, their other cults, so. Okay, so from Grimbo again, do you think that the 4 contestants that enter Logic will become a new fellowship? Olivia, Abella, Marco, and Osar. That's an interesting thought. If they become a new fellowship, maybe. That could happen. It doesn't seem to be the case when you actually enter it. It seems to be that you just get dissolved. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see for the new game. Like, you know, there could be 4 new powerful gods. That'd be super interesting. That's an interesting thought, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Coconutty. I wonder what makes those green arrows of August special. Good question. What else is associated with green? The green hue? Green herbs as like a sort of, way to stop infection. Color's very important in this game. Yeah, I don't know. The defense is fake. Yeah, it's weird. What do you think Chrome can spawn with 2 heads? Was that ever explained? That is, okay, so that is explained. That's somewhat a bug. That's supposed to be the same Chrome Mauler still transforming. But there's a bug that occurs that where it will spawn even if the first Chrome Mauler is dead. It's supposed to be the same entity though. Another one from Grimbo. What if Venushka's death led to the ascension of Logic, sacrificing nature to pave the way for technology? Yes, in a way. So, okay, so Logic is not an ascended god. Is explicitly not an ascended god. Because there is no point. So Legard's whole scheme is to make an external system of godhood that just relies on humans and human ingenuity. So using Venushka's soul to ascend completely negates that. He absolutely would not do that. So Logic is explicitly not an ascended god. The cube gives enlightenment. Now, we don't know what the cubes are. We don't know how they function. But Legard pondered the cube to get enlightenment. We don't know. I think the cubes is probably one of the things that I would love if I could get any straight answer from Miro. That's probably one of the things I would like to ask. Like, tell me what the fucking cubes are, please. And the fact is that the cube of enlightenment has Venushka's symbol crossed out on it. So, which suggests that it is not a natural enlightenment like what Venushka has. It is a sort of rational approach to enlightenment. So, hey Gullible, my friends are watching. Please explain the fellatio epicy. The fellatio epicy represents. Yeah, in a sec, I will. That's funny. Yeah. So what? It's more of a representation of doing the reverse of a natural enlightenment. So becoming one with nature. That's basically what. So Venushka isn't the god of nature; it's the god of becoming one with nature. And like a perfect balance of life and death. And logic is a way to brute force that with facts and reason, right? Facts. You're doing it with facts and logic instead of doing it by believing. That's what logic is. Okay, so the fellatio effigy represents Ulmir, or Sulfur, as I believe he is, going around making the kings of the time fellate him to show their loyalty to him. The alternative was he cut off their fucking heads, though. So, do you blow this god king, or do you get your head cut off? That's the options, right? Mel holding a gun at Mirror like, tell me what these fucking cubes are, goddammit. Random idea I had. Tormented 1 is still around if you're in Hunger 2. Ragnvaldr has a Tormented Soul. If you get the Tormented Soul from Ragnvaldr, you don't need to kill the Tormented one. Connection? Yes, they just share the same soul. They're not like related or anything. That's just how souls work. In the games. But you don't get their souls from the new gods in Fear and Hunger 2, which is weird. I would like to get the Heartless Soul and see what that deal is. They had a giggle? I'm glad they had a giggle. There's a lot of things to giggle about in this game. Okay, let's keep going. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, from Sensi Hunter 32, again. How can gods exist without any mortals to form ideas to begin with? Because the world of ideas is probably separate entirely from the world of the physical. We don't know if the world of ideas needs mortals to exist or not. At the moment, they just seem like separate things. So, there is that theory that they can't exist without us, but that seems kind of bullshit because it does seem like the lizardmen were around before us anyway. So, I don't know. Do you blow this God King or die is the most aggressively fear and hunger thing I've heard all week. It is, isn't it? If logic is pure logic, I can see how it'll fail humanity in Hunger 3. Humanity cannot apply logic to everything. Humanity requires logic and faith, whether in God or ideas. Yeah, you can easily see some issues with logic. Logic is basically, let's all give everybody one big hug and everything will work out just fine. And it's like, I don't know if that's going to work, especially in such a brutal universe as Fear and Hunger. So we'll see. I want to hear more about logic, but I don't know what to ask about it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? We don't know much about logic at the moment, so. Lizardmen are mortals. Yes, they are, but they owned the world before humans did, so. I mean that normally to get Francois you need the Tormented One soul. If you get it from Ragnvaldr, you can bypass it. It doesn't make sense for Ragnvaldr to be killed for it, but just wondering. Oh yeah, no, you can do that with all the souls. You can do that with, you still need to fight Francois no matter what, because he's guarding the throne, but you can do that for the Enlightened Soul, you can kill Enki instead, and you can do that for Nilvan's Soul, you can kill Kahara instead. So, yeah, it's not exclusive to Ragnvaldr, so. Oh, I view logic as a hive mind or a fake marriage. It kind of is, yeah. Well, the green hue seems to be like a new green hue made up from human souls, but, Is Vitruvia a lizardman new god? That's what I suspect. Vitruvia is a lizardman new god, but there's a couple of other things Vitruvia could be, and I don't think it's ever going to be confirmed, so... Elder Gusto, what are the flaws and against of the idea that Void Stage in Fear and Hunger was on the moon? The flaws are that it looks like the moon and it's attached to the green hue. And the villagers in Termina say that the green hue is coming from the moon, but they're just idiots. That's telling you what they see, and that's sort of what they perceive, and that's sort of not... That's kind of what's happening, but the green hue doesn't originate from Rare. He's just reflecting it. The Void isn't Rare's face. It's just not. Because it's just like you don't go down into Mahab, teleport to the moon, and then go to the Void. Like that's almost certainly not what's happening. The Void just looks like the moon because it's got all craters and stuff, but it's just some weird place that's been complete. It's the edge of reality, basically. That's getting rocked by the green hue, so it's like all weird and fucked up. Old gods Lovecraftian in nature. They're very similar to Lovecraftian gods. Yeah, they're not identical. They're not as malicious as the Lovecraftian gods, but they're very similar. Yeah. Something. Do you think Logic will get into conflict with Sulfur, or will they be besties? They are opposed on some fronts, but I believe the birth of Logic was part of Sulfur's plan. So I don't know how opposed they will be. So it'd be sick if humans could become old gods. That's the girl? Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's Ulmir and the girl. Do you know anything about the radiating one or their connection to Summary through the radiating soul? No. It does seem that the radiating ones are very easy for Sulfur to manipulate, though, which is why I think the radiating one shows up in Terminum. So, the moon is the edge of the human sphere of the universe. It's interesting. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's interesting. Different souls is something that Tamina seems to expand upon, given the souls that are required for killing other contestants, which are very similar to how you could kill Enki, Kahara. Yeah, it is interesting. Thinfield. Does Magnamatical undo fatal damage or revive the dead? It's unclear how it's described. It seems weird that Vitruvi can muscle in on Grogroth's turf. Magnamatical isn't stapling a soul back into a body. It's definitely not that. It's more like, you could consider it more like triage or I guess some sort of flesh alchemy. It's like, oh, this person's guts have been cut open. I'm going to cut off my arm and it's going to magically stitch together this guy's body. Is basically what's happening. So it's not like I'm going to get your soul from the dead and staple it back on. That's sort of that. Only Grogroth and Sulfur can do that. Explicitly, only Grogroth and Sulfur can do that. So it is more like just sort of like a sacrifice to stitch your body back together really quickly. So. Go to Apocalypse. How is Pinecone Pig sentient and how does it get items with no hands? It's a magic story like Pocket Cat or the Ronteals. It's just cute. Just don't question it too much. Okay, Docile posted a picture. Flesh emanates from the sulfur surrounding area. I'm not going to post that. I'm not sure, to be honest. Is that the body of those lost souls in Mahar? Probably not. The lost souls in Mahar are probably human souls. That seems to be a consumed... Because there's little vulture babies. So it's probably one of them. Okay, so from Neo Tokyo's 41st Heretic... What is the meaning of the giant flesh dinosaurs and pterodactyls in the void? They seem super random considering the OG fungi is set in medieval age and not prehistory. Yes, all the dinosaurs are lizardman new gods. And what a new god can do is it can stay in the void if it wants to. And then it can influence human subconscious. So the Greater Blight and the Pterodactyl Blights are lizardman new gods. So... do you think the Sulfur God will have a human form or just be a massive god? Good question. He seems to be able to like transform into a human as well, so who knows really. We haven't. The only full god we've ever actually fought was Funga, and she was in the midst of transformation anyway, so she couldn't really control what she was doing. So. What's up with the butterfly guy in the courtyard of Fear and Hunger? He's a follower of the God of the Depths, and he was sort of there to represent the one of the major themes is the shedding of skin to become something greater. So, think Sulfur boss fight could be added as an update? No, absolutely not. We are not fighting Sulfur. We will just get fucking bodied instantly. He doesn't fuck around. Grogroth humored us because it was funny. Sulfur has no such qualms. He will just instantly melt us. Just straight up. It's not going to be a fight. So, what do you think Logic is part of Sulfur's plans? What do he plan for her? I think Sulfur's plan is to ascend humanity as a whole, which he failed to do, which is why he's going through rebirth now. And Logic, if Logic works, what Logic is going to do is soak up all the human souls and then ascend as one. So... that's the plan for Logic. Whether it's going to work is another story, but, we'll see. Okay. Elder Gusto. They never explain what they do with soul stones, do they? Like, normies don't know about them since Ragnvaldr thought it was a relic, but mages and priests have them. Yeah, we don't actually know what the fuck soul stones are, to be honest. They capture souls. The Sulfur Cult has them. It seems to be... I would bet that it's part of a scheme by Sulfur to get people to capture more souls for him. Because the Hexen is him using souls is him trading abilities for souls, basically. So the Hexen is just straight up Sulfur. And you're basically, he's saying, here, have this soul and make me stronger. And he's like, deal. So they're probably some sort of sulfur magic. So. I wish Whispers of Grove Rush was a real spell, but it costs like 125 mine. That'd be interesting. Yeah, just instantly end a fight. I want to get Karen out of the festival. Let's be real, she ain't getting out of there. Maybe Rough Drafts are doing a report, a journal comes out, she's definitely dying. They're all dying, buddy. They're all dying. Okay, Coconutty 2002. How does cursing from Fear and Hunger 1 work? Cursing? What's cursing? Oh, right. Making the weapons stronger. Good question. I guess it's sulfur magic again because it uses souls and it uses the hexen. So it's probably just sulfur saying, just saying, we praying to sulfur to make your weapon stronger. It's like, deal, That's probably what it is. I don't think it's ever elaborated on. I don't remember seeing it elaborated on anywhere. Not even the priests talk about it, I think. And Elder Gustone. You guys don't seem like they can take on armies if they can't beat your crew. How much stronger could they have been in their prime? In their prime, they are ridiculously strong. And we see that in ending D, when you become a new god, you go out and you can just one-shot armies, basically. And you conquer the world and fly, and Kahara flies around and does this crazy stuff, right? He's basically like Superman, So they're really strong when they're born. They are really strong. And the only reason Legard didn't conquer the world when he ascended was because the god of Fear and Hunger was born at the same time. And an ascended god definitely trumps a new god, basically no matter what, yeah. Soul Stones will probably be expanded on in a later release, given how Termina expanded on Fear and Hunger in a lot of ways. And the Soul Stones being more prominent in Termina. Yeah, maybe. I hope they are. I really hope they are. Will Sulfur exist as a sigil god in Funga 3? If we even have sigils in the next game, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, as like Rare, how Rare was a secret god in Fear and Hunger 1, maybe Sulfur will be more prominent in Fear and Hunger 3. Yeah, it depends. And final question from El D'Augusto. Is Perclay still mortal? He seems comparable to a new god, but he never used the throne. Sulfur Blessing and Nosrama style knowledge is power, I guess. Yeah, so he's a supercharged cultist. Like how we see the Black Witch. How the Black Witch is a Grogroth cultist. They're not immortal. And the Sulfur cultists seem to be like really, really good necromancy. So they're definitely not immortal. The soul can definitely be severed from the body again. But no, they're not new god level. Definitely not new god level. But the sulfur cultists do seem to have unique powers because they are sulfur cultists. Like how he has control over Rare, a limited control over Rare. The extent of that is really not clear. So I think through his control of Rare, he could body a new god, but without that, he wouldn't be able to fight a new god. No, he would just get cut in half and then just die, right? So, yeah, it's weird. Cut content in lore. When we're on break, what's the theme now? Oh, we're just answering some of the final questions. Okay, any last questions? Any last questions? Could we just finish all the questions from the Discord. So what else do we got? I'm just curious, do you think Nashra hates everything, or does he have some type of care for humanity? No, he doesn't seem to be that interested in humanity at all, really. He just wants more power. That's sort of what the yellow mages do. They just want more power, really. Geriatric new god. Oh yeah, I was answering a bunch from the Discord, yeah. Yes, have you played Majora's Mask through to the ending? Not on stream. No. I played a bit of it on stream. I should play it again. That was good. Fishing for 3 days to unlock a secret endings. Fishing god. Why are most of the new gods so weak to compare to Nashra? Because they give up. Nashra is a huge force of will. He's pretty incredible. I think that's legitimately it. He just doesn't want to die. He's too mad to die. Do you have theories about soul types? We talked about Tainted Soul being the domination soul earlier, and I won't go back over that. But otherwise, not really. Nothing else crazy. I think that the Radiant Soul are basically born to be servants of sulfur. And Blank Soul and Decrepit Soul are probably weird and twisted souls by sulfur again too, but there's not a lot of information about it, so. Miro should release an artboard. How sick would that be? Sex? No. No. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm getting kind of lightheaded from all this talking. Oh yeah, okay, let me remind you guys. Here, go join the Discord, by the way. Go join the Discord. Go follow me on Twitter. Because I need more people to see my insane ramblings. Guys, follow me on Twitter. Maybe soul types will continue to change in 3. I imagine more soul types will continue to change as they are absorbed by logic and sulfur, so. It seems to be time shenanigans involving Fear and Hunger universe to some extent. Well, there is explicit time shenanigans. Once a god is born, it's always existed, which is a really, really weird thing people have said and it hasn't really been clarified. So, last question. Do you want me to join the gym and get a sick arm pump? Yes, do it. Do it for sulfur. Do it for logic. Is the Discord just you pitting on us who is sulfur every day? Basically, yeah. Yeah. If you could put any historical figure into Fear and Hunger universe, which one would you throw into the gauntlet? Achilles would be great, but he would just fucking body everything, wouldn't he? He's basically a new god. Well, he is actually a new god, so I don't know. Crowley would be fun. If I need to see him get bodied. He was such a fucking dork, Crowley. Insane ramblings. More insane than the game theory of who can survive coronavirus. That was a video? That's funny. I think Miro listened to the Gazette. The newspaper. I imagine he did, yeah. Yeah, train 1v1 Chromola. Let's go. Oh. Mr. Crowley. Do, do, do. Real life logic, but I wish we got to see more Ryla the woman doing logic stuff. That would be interesting, but it fits, you know, like with the girl, like how the girl didn't say much. Not the train to be the next playbook. Oh, I'm worn out. I'm starting to lose steam. Can you hear my voice? My voice is getting weaker. We've been going for almost 5 hours though, so I think that's fine. Crowley be the head cultist of Rare. Fight percolating takes of his master, reveal the golden crown. I feel like Crowley might be a black witch, to be honest. Who's Crowley? Alistair Crowley, who was a real world esotericist. You're a Hank Hill impression from King of the Hill. I tell you what, I can't do an American accent. I'm sorry. We sell propane and propane accessories. Okay, he invented a medicine? Don't start. Oh, okay, we might wrap up. So, I was supposed to announce something, wasn't I? I might just do that on Twitter. I'm tired. I didn't get that much sleep. Yeah, I'll just do that on Twitter like tomorrow or something. Yeah, thank you all for coming in. I'm very tired. I'm starting to slur my words from how tired I am. Thank you for the lore stream. I hope I was able to clarify a lot of your questions, and I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed talking about lore for 5 hours, but yeah, my throat's starting to give out. Hey. Thank you all for coming in. If you have any more questions, you can ask. Usually, I'm happy to answer on stream anyway. It was just good to get it all out. So, please play Don't Starve. I've played it a few times. I don't like it very much. Yeah. Gosh, I'm starting to crash hard. I'm gonna go make a hamburger, and then I'm gonna go sit outside in the sun and eat that. Oh, yes, please like the stream if you have. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for all the members. Thank you for the donations. Thank you all very, very, very much. Make sure to subscribe because we have some sick videos coming soon. Some sick videos. Let's go. You were wrong 3.5 hours ago. You don't remember how though. I'm never wrong, but thank you. Thank you for suggesting that. I'll demolish you with facts and logic. Okay. Good.